Am I audible like this only? So let's not carry this thing. But yeah. So yeah, if you want Wi-Fi password, it is here. Yeah, it's you can scan that code as well. That also works. But yeah, uh, so we'll start from the very basics, and we'll go over building an app from scratch. And then on day three, we will deploy, and we'll also see what all other apps are available for um, us to directly use, right? Like Frappe Builder, Frappe Insights. We'll explore those as well. And yeah, so what is Frappe framework? That's the bigger question now. Frappe framework. So my definition of Frappe framework is a hybrid full stack web development framework, right? So Frappe framework. So the name Frappe is the name of our company, and we built 100% open source world class software. So you can get the slides on this URL, and there is a Frappe Cloud sign up. So if you don't have a local setup, if you want to just try out, then that's the link. So about me, as I said, I'm Mohammad Hussain Nagaria. I have this small YouTube channel that I run, where I build something live using Frappe framework every week. Uh, Check that out. Yeah. So Frappe framework, right? Frappe framework is the power behind ERP Next, right? That you all used at least once in your sentence, that we ERP Next, right? So ERP Next is built on top of this framework, and now we are building more products as well. And this is MIT license, so anybody can use this as a web development framework to build world-class web apps, right? In record time. So as you can see, it is like 97.42% of your time, which is CRUD basically, can be saved if you use Frappe framework, right? So what's possible with Frappe framework? So Frappe framework has been used to build ERP Next, which is like the best open source ERP on the planet, and enough marketing of ERP Next now. So then there is Frappe HR game plan, right? The new products, Frappe Insights, LMS. LMS is what runs the Frappe school, right? If you registered there and you use the course platform ever, that is built on top of Frappe as well. Even the cloud, right? The Frappe cloud, it was also built on top of Frappe framework, and it is also open source. So you can build anything from a simple app for communication to a cloud platform using Frappe framework. So there is no limit in that, right? So what do I mean by hybrid, right? I have used this word hybrid. So you might have heard of typical frameworks like Django or Laravel with PHP or Node.js with Express, right? These are typical web development frameworks which you will find like a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of stuff on them. So Django, for example, is a Python framework. Then Node.js is basically a JavaScript framework. So these are typical. Okay, you define a class, it will give you a database table on the back, right? Django.models, if someone has heard about it. So basically, model is a database table in the backend. It is how your entity will look like. So they give you a code way of defining it. You create some PHP files or Python files, and then that is that. On the other end, you will see there are tools like Retool, Airtable, Buddybase, Tooljet. These are all no code, low code tools, right? So there you don't have to write code. There they will give you some drag and drop kind of interface that you can just use. They'll give some building blocks, components, and then you can connect your own APIs. It will can give you some webhooks. So Frappe framework is the best of both worlds, right? So it is a low code no code framework first, and then if required, you can go into development mode and you can start writing code like a traditional framework, traditional MVC framework, right? So that's how I define it. And then batteries included. So if you have ever went through the frappeframework.com website, you will see this word, batteries included full stack framework, right? So batteries in the sense it has a rich admin interface. So you can right away start using, you don't have to define your own UI before you can start creating uh, or inserting data, right? It already has authentication and authorization with role permissions and etc. There is REST API in webhooks, which we'll see today itself. We'll see the power of REST API in webhooks. It has caching with Redis, email and PDFs are there. Scheduler is there, and much more. So these are all out of the box. These batteries are out of the box, right? So everything in Frappe revolves around this name called doc type, right? It's short for document type. And doc type in Frappe is like doc type, everything is a doc type in Frappe, right? So what is doc type? So doc type, think about it. So there are database models, right? So suppose sales invoice is a model and then there is a database table for it, sales invoice. Similarly, purchase invoice is a model and there is purchase invoice. Yeah. Welcome. In Frappe, doc type is model plus the view, right? It's model plus the view. Yeah. Come in. You can come on this side. Sit there. Is the screen visible from there? I will suggest you sit this side. You can come this too. Yeah. So as well, I was saying the doc type is model plus the view, right? You're not just defining, okay, this is how the database table is going to look like. Varchar 200. This is all database modeling, right? You also define the view on how it will look, how the form will look like, right? This will have columns, this will have tabs. So doc type is that. Plus, you define how it will be connected to other doc types. So sales invoice has items, right? Then sales invoice is connected to a particular customer. I'm taking ERP next example because uh, of what I can gauge. You all are somewhat familiar with ERP next, right? So you can define the relationships one to many, one to one, right? Um, and then there are more advanced features as well, like web views. Suppose you have an item master, right, in your system, and you want to build an e-commerce site, right? In that case, you will want to show that as a web view in the portal. We'll do that, or maybe tomorrow. And it is very easy to do that. That is also configurable along with the doc type, the web view. And then this is all we call metadata, right? So it is not the actual data, but the metadata, right? How will this look like? Will this field be mandatory? Will this field be read only? That sort of stuff is called metadata, right? And there are extension features. So once you have a doc type going, you can use these extension features like web form, webhooks. You can build reports. You can write scripts, notifications, right? These are all low code, no code things. Once you have the doc type, you can then use these features to even extend those or enhance those. Okay. So the desk, right? Uh, the desk, we call it, uh, this is an admin interface basically, right? This is where, um, so there are two views in Frappe, right? One is this admin interface where you see this nice nav bar and then there is the form view, sidebar. We'll explore this. But the other is the website view, which the normal user sees, right? Here it is the desk user, employees, like all of your internal company people, right? And then you might have some external website users. They see the portal side of things. So just terminology, portal is the one which is on the actual website, which they access. And the other big piece is this desk, which is the admin interface where you perform CRUD, you have the form view, list view, everything, right? So these are the two core pieces of UI. And so yeah, this is Irfan, and let's talk about him. So basically, in these 3 days, we are going to solve a problem for Irfan. So he has a company called Irfan Caps, obviously, and he has some luxury cars, right? He has BMW, Mercedes, etc., etc., and then he has a set of drivers. So what happens is he has marketed his phone number everywhere that we give you luxury vehicles for booking, right? And he gets a call. They ask he asked them that, okay, what is the vehicle do you want? Like, do you want a Mercedes or a BMW or anything like that? And what is the pickup point? right? And he just assigns a driver and sends that vehicle, and he maybe charges per hour, then he gets paid. And right now, this business is run by spreadsheets, right? So when you see spreadsheets, you're like, okay, you have some work to do. So you can see this particular sheet is about vehicles. So he's keeping track of how many vehicles are does he have, what's the status of those vehicles, whether they are in service or not, right? And then he also has one other sheet for drivers. He tracks what drivers do I have, and then yet another sheet for tracking bookings, right? And then he uses those to do some charting, etc. But everything is in Excel sheets. He is fed up now, so he has come to us to build a custom Frappe app to solve this. Ready? So we'll build apps now. So before that, mm, let me start the bench. So you can follow along, by the way. I would recommend you follow along because if you face any issues in between, we will be able to debug out. Yeah. So make sure you have a running setup. So let's get a running setup before we start. So if you want extra, you can take this. If you want to keep your laptop on it. Yeah. Yeah, before we start. So you can bookmark this page for the duration of the training. So if you still need a local setup, I would recommend this cloud setup from GitHub. It will give you a quick setup without like in a single click. This is I've sent you an email manual.buildwithhusain.dev. Manual Hussain. Either you can directly search build with Hussain in Google. There is a link to manual as well, or manual. Then it will give you two options. So this was the code spaces one, where you just go in a GitHub repository and just in this click, it will bring up the whole Frappeka cluster, right? It will give you the app and database. I have this one. Come on in, right? Do you have this setup? Cool. If you don't have, just use the code space link. Then the second option is a fairly new one. So these two options are apart from the regular bench setup option that we have in frappeframework.com. So you just install Docker and then you install this, where is it? Uh, Frappe Manager. Yeah, Wi-Fi. Yeah, you can scan this, or you. So yeah, what Frappe Manager will give you is a CLI where you can directly say FM create. Uh, you can tell what apps do you want and the site name, and it will create the site. This is based on Docker, so it doesn't need any other dependencies other than Docker itself. Yeah, right. New thing, right? Yeah, it is pretty cool. I also have it installed. I can show you a quick demo of how it works. So FM, right? FM is Frappe Manager. FM list. So Docker is not running. So as I said, Docker should be running. So let's keep Docker running. This works on Mac, Linux. That which one? Manual. Uh, yeah, in the manual itself, you'll find this link as well. So FM list. Yeah, as you can see, it gives you a beautiful table of what sites active sites do you have, what's the status, active, inactive, you can stop, start, and what is the path where all the data of that site is located, right? So this is one more way to create sites. And then you can say FM create to create new sites. FM um, logs. So if you do dash dash help, let me tell you what all commands are available. So this has something that the normal Frappe doesn't have, code, right? So you just say fm code, the site name, it will open that bench in VS Code connected to the container. So this is the easiest by far local setup that I have found, right? Otherwise, you will need to manage Python version, this version. It's very, you can even go to the shell, um, fm shell version 14.localhost. See, it dropped you in the shell of that container. So it's very nice. Explore it. They have a comprehensive docs, and this was created by RTCamp, one of our community uh, members. Yeah, yeah. So let's do that. I think everybody has almost got local setup. Yeah. So code spaces. Yeah. Also works. So the main step is this one. You visit this repository, right? Uh, Ankush slash Frappe code space, and then in the code spaces, you just click on this, right? So once we click on this, this should, yeah, this will automatic. Yeah. I'll inform. So yeah, coffee and water is like self-service available here. Yeah, cool. And this is just automatic. This will bring up the VS Code in the browser itself. Um, so if anybody faces any issue with the local setup, just do this one, and then later you can set up the proper local environment. Let it happen in background. So, and all the assignments, right? Um, so as we go, like each day there is a separate assignment. So day one is the assignment you need to do after today's session. Uh, I'll share the link. It is all in the manual. Also, the submission link is also there. How you have to submit everything is described here. So if you open day one, you will see what you have to do, right? You have to create some doc type. There are also some extra additional videos on top of that that you can watch to learn more. And then here in the submission area, it will tell you what files you have to submit, and then you can submit, and it will auto grade. It will automatically give you the results or tell you why it failed, right? All 3 days that will happen, but after 3 days, right, the final assignment will be there, which is a requirement if you want to get certified. So this assignment will also build on top of the other 3 days. And once you submit this, this won't automatically grade. This is more open-ended. So here you have the business use case. You have to implement as you see fit and to whatever extent you want. So you can go as deep as you want. You can model real use cases, whatever you want, right? There are some pointers to help you out on what to implement, and you can submit that. And then once you feel ready, you can go to Frappe School. In the batches, you will see this particular batch in the list, and inside that, you will see evaluation, schedule evaluation button, and then you can choose a slot and schedule evaluation. So you have all the whatever I said about the evaluations, it is available in the manual. So you can read more how the evaluation will be when you have to apply for evaluations. So this should be within, so it is 45 days, like 2 months, say 2 months of this training. So today, and then it will guide you how to schedule an evaluation, right? And how will the call look like? So it will be a one-on-one call with mostly me, and you can do the demo of whatever you have built in the final assignment, and then I'll ask you some questions around that. And then if you pass, you will get a certificate. Otherwise, you can have a round two where you can re-prepare and apply. Any questions on assignments and evaluations? Yeah. Okay, let me do one thing. I can just do this. Yeah, I need to have a link shortener now for this. It is visible. This is the link. Evaluations, assignments, the links to the code space, the Frappe manager, everything is on this single link. Cool. Should we start? Everybody has the setup now? Yeah, it's fine. We are just doing an introduction of the site. Till then, you can get the site up and running. Okay. So I have created a new bench. So bench is nothing but an orchestrator, you may call it, a CLI tool. It is a CLI tool which will help you create and manage apps and sites, right? And we'll discuss more. We'll dig deeper into the bench. But first, I want to show you the low code, no code. So whatever, even if you go to Frappe Cloud and create a site, what you get is what I'm doing here. Bench, new site. I'm creating a new site for this training. Let's call it caps dot Irfan dot caps. That also works. Okay. So it's asking me for my MySQL root password, and now it will create a new instance, new Frappe instance. Okay. So it is asking me to set up a administrator password, right? So this is the password for the super user, you may call it, administrator of the site, whatever site we are creating. So you'll see where it is used. Admin, admin. And don't worry about this scheduler is disabled as of now. We will discuss more. But yeah, now the site is created. So how do I access it, right? So if you see, if you want to confirm the site was created or not, so you can do ls. So I have a lot of sites, but the one we created now is irfan.caps, right? So how do I access this, right? So if you started bench, right? Let's stop and start bench again. You will see, observe this part, web running on 127.0.0 port 8000, right? So by default, bench will try to run on 8000. If 8000 is not available, if you have multiple benches, it goes 8001, 8002 like that, right? So make sure you are using this. And this is the IP address of the local machine, local host. So let's try visiting this now. And not found. Okay. So it says 127.0.0. does not exist. And it will give you a list of sites. So these are the sites that are available, but this is not. We are in the correct location, right? So what is wrong here? Can anybody tell? We visited the web URL. No, I'm not asking you. Yeah, it gives you suggestions like these are the URL you can use, but you're directly visiting this. Current site you have to set. So here comes the problem. So some people will be able to access this at this URL. if they only have one site and that is the current site. That's why I said there are two ways to run bench. One is multi-tenant mode, which means n number of sites in a single bench. One is the single tenant mode, one site accessible at one time. You can create multiple, but only one will be accessible, right? That is the single tenant mode. And generally, I don't suggest don't run in single tenant mode. So the code space one that has a limitation that will only run in single tenant mode because it has one URL. You can't change the URL of the code space. But in local, you can have as many URLs as you want. You can map them to the same IP, but the URL will be different. So based on the domain, bench will try to map. So it is showing you these options are available. Which one do you want me to go with site, right? So if you still want to use the IP one, suppose you have a remote server and you want to use its IP, you can't have the site name. Then you have to use this bench use command. Again, not recommended. It messes some of the features like of the bench. It tries to meddle with them. Bench use and then the site name. What was the site name? Irfan.caps. See, current site set to Irfan caps. So now if you even try to visit it, uh, let's go back. Let's reload. Still the same. Okay. So maybe we might have to restart bench. Let's try that. I'm restarting bench. Go back. Reload. See? Bench start. So I stopped manually and started. In production setup, right, you can just run bench restart because in the background it will make sure it stops and starts the, yeah, yeah, yeah. Running uh, bench in single tenant mode. That means the IP address is just pointing to one side because otherwise same IP address can't point to the same different sites, right? It won't make sense. So, but now we want to use in multi-tenant mode, which is the default mode, right? We want to use multiple sites, a dot localhost, b dot localhost, irfan dot caps, irfan2 dot caps. I have a lot of sites and I want to simultaneously use them in different tabs of the browser. I want to use them, right? That is called multi-tenancy. For that, so I'll have to revert what I did. So if I do ls here, go to sites, right? Do ls, code common. So there will be this JSON file you will find inside the sites folder, which is called common site config.json. So this is the common configuration for all the sites on the bench, right? And here in the second line, you see what's the default site? Irfan.caps. Why? Because we run bench use. This should be the default site. But if you now create a new site, you will have to set that to default if you want to use it. So this is not a good way. So let's just delete default site. We don't want a default site. We'll go back to multi-tenant mode, right? Let's go back, restart bench. Okay. Now we'll go to port 8000. See, again, we came back to the same issue. Now it doesn't know which site to visit. So we have to tell it that, okay, whenever I visit whatever my site name is, just point the traffic to this particular IP address. For that, bench has a command, right? So we'll run that command now. We'll go back. Bench dash dash site, right? Name of your site, Irfan dot caps, add to host. So this will add Irfan dot caps to slash etc slash host file of your operating system. So browsers also use that file for mapping. And if they don't found it in local, they ping a DNS and find that IP address. That is the like basic of internet routing. And it will ask you for your password. You don't have to do this in code space, by the way. it will all give you a site ready to go. So as you can see, it says that irfan.caps will now point to localhost. And now you open a browser and you have to visit irfan.caps. Irfan.caps port 8000. See, works. You understood your issue? Why it was only accessible with IP? You just have to add your site name to hosts. Then it will work. Any doubts in this one? So yeah. So as soon as you open up the site, you will see this login screen, which is part of the desk. And the user we created, the user password we gave was is the password we have to use here. If you are in code space, it is ADMIN, all small. So the username is administrator. So let's zoom administrator and ADMIN admin. Login. Let's see the password. And this is the setup wizard. So this is only visible the first time you open a newly created site. So this is, has to be only done once and then it won't show up. So you can set your language. It tries to guess my country. So let's keep it AD and complete setup. So administrator, right? It is the first user and the only user that is created for you, right? You can create more users, we'll see. But that has all the permission powers, everything. The administrator can do everything. So usually you don't share this login with anyone. It's for result purposes like running a debugger or recorder. We have a recorder that requires administrator access. Okay. So now we are in the bench. So I will give you a brief overview of what consists of the desk. I said bench, right? Desk. The desk. Here we have the sidebar, right? You will see like users is active, the link users. This is the workspace area. This can be different. So depending on which workspace you are. So if I am in the tools, see this area is different, right? So this is the workspace. And here you have the nav bar. So the most important part of the nav bar is this, right? This part. This is the awesome bar. This is bell icon means notifications. So whatever system notifications you get will be visible here. And then there are some options here. So the bell icon, as you can see, we don't have any notifications. So if there are notifications, the user will be able to see here. So examples of some notification as someone mentioned in your comment, right? Someone assigned you a particular document. We'll see what assignments are. But yeah, those kind of notifications will be available here. And then we have help. So in help, you have three options. So about, so this will tell you, so what all apps do you have installed, right? And what version do you have installed of it? So currently I have developed version of Frappe framework and nothing else. So if you have ERP Next installed, it will show you ERP Next and the version of it, right? And you have some links to for resources related to Frappe. Then second, we have keyboard shortcuts, right? So command S, trigger primary action. So in form view, it will be save, right? And awesome bar we'll discuss. Then there are some settings, alt S to open settings. So I'll tell you two important that you need to remember. One is the save control S, that is like by default of any kind of editing application. And then there is one in the form view. I think that is, suppose I see this. Wait. Control J. So what Control J does is, wait, let me close this. Control J will let you jump to any field you want. If the form is very big, say 200 fields, right? Control J, it will easily jump to any field. So suppose I'm looking for, again, let's say password, right? Go. and it will take you to that field, highlight this field wherever it is in the form. Doesn't matter which tab or in which place of the form, right? Let's go back. And here you have the avatar. You click the avatar, right? A is for administrator. You can set a profile image. So there are a few options. So there is my profile, my settings, there is reload. So reload will basically clear the cache and reload the site. This is not exactly the same as browser ka refresh button. So if I reload, you will see there for a brief moment there is an alert at the bottom, cache cleared, and it reloads. Let's go to my profile. So here you will see like your activity, energy points. We have an energy point system. We won't discuss this in our training, but it's in short, it is like a gamification we have built into it. So if you want your users to gain some points, have some rankings, okay, assign this user 10 points on submission of a sales invoice. An example, right? These rules you can define, and then those energy points will be visible in their profile. So let's edit profile, and we can set a profile photo here. So as you can see, there is an attach control, and let's pick an image from somewhere. I don't know what image do I have. What is this? Desktop. Yeah, I have a profile image. So this is the file uploader, by the way. The component you saw behind and this are all part of the file uploader. Whenever there is an attachment field, even your fields, which we'll add soon, they use the same uploader component. And as you can see, if you have an image, you get the option to crop, optimize. So that is all built in. So this will reduce the size of the file whenever possible. And the important checkbox here is the private, right? Yeah. Mhm. 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 That is different. Like, I didn't get what was the issue? Yeah. Mhm. Maybe, no, in framework level, it is not there. Maybe ERP Next has an added layer of security for attachment files. Probably. There might be user level permission, not part of framework, like part of framework, but you have to separately define it. It is not enabled by default. So that, so currently what it means is when you check the private, it will be only accessible, this file will be only accessible to the logged in users, those who have authorization to access it, right? If you do it public, which means you don't check this checkbox, right, and upload it, anybody with the link will be able to access it. This is just like Google Docs you have, right? Anybody with the link, anyone with the link. This is the same concept. So now as you can see, the image got updated here, but it didn't got updated here. So this is a cache. So I'll just reload. Cache is cleared, and now we have the image available, right? So this is how you can set. You have some more. Don't worry, this has happened third time now by the morning. Three laptops have fallen. But yeah, so you can set a bio, this, that. This is all available on your profile. Let's go back. You have view website. So I was talking about two pieces, right? The portal piece and the desk piece. So this is part of the portal. Even users that don't have access to the desk, they have access to the portal. These are called website users, right? So they can reset their password, edit profile again. Here also we have an edit profile options. So if some website users want to edit their profile, say they can use this. We can go back to the desk. So either you can just press back, or if you somehow land on this page, right? If you somehow land on this page, you can just click on the avatar, switch to desk. It will take you back to the desk. And yeah, my most favorite thing in the nav bar, the awesome bar. So here, like this is very, you will get used to this. You type whatever, wherever you want to go, right? And it will take you there. So let's say I want to open system settings. I'll just type system settings, enter. It will take me to system settings. So this is very good for quick navigations around the system. List view, form view, set single doc types. Like this one is a single. We'll talk about what single doc types are, but these are system settings. So these are system-wide settings. You can set one of the useful things you can set here is session expiry. So as you can see, setting this to 24 will log out the user if they are not active for 24 hours. So that is configurable from here. So you can configure, okay, after 3 days of inactivity, log out, automatically log out, right? That is this. Many more settings. We have login with email link, whether you want to enable or disable that. That is enabled by default. So users can come, enter their email, right? If I just log out, you'll see there is this button. So if you have that enabled, right, only then you will see this button, login with email link. Then you give it an email, it will send a link to your email. The user can click that link and they will get logged into the system without using password. Let's go back. I'll re-log in. But yeah, this was the nav bar. We'll slowly use it so you will come to know what it is. And yeah, let's go to the first shortcut we have on the first workspace, user, right? I'll click user and it will take me to a list of users that are in the system. So as I said, like the administrator is basically the super user. This user has all the access, downloading backups, right? Changing system settings, recording every request. So we'll learn about recorder that helps us debug some stuff. And user type, you can see system user, which means they have access to the desk, etc. Website user, so this by default will be guest. So if someone visits your site, right, they're not logged in, they're guests. So do anything that changes the database, you will see that activity guest change something. So this is the guest user. Frappe creates this by default. You can create many website users, so that way is better. But if you want anonymous form submissions, etc., these are all coming from the guest user. And let's open up administrator. So this was the list view. So you will get very familiar with this. This is the list view. Whatever entities we have, whatever doc types we have, right, all have a list view. Very identical. It has filters. It has sorting, right? You can sort by different things and you can create new user. So let's create a new user. I'll give it an email. Save. Okay. So the user got created, right? And you can see this is the form view. So this is the individual entity, right? We have a list of users, and when you click any particular user, it will show you all the details of that user. This is form view. Again, list view, form view are templatized views. In the sense, if you have sales invoice, you will also get the form view. The fields and orders will be different, but the view will be same. You will have some more actions. So you can see that these actions are specific to the user entity. Create user email, password. Recently, we added an impersonate feature. So administrators or super users can impersonate other users. So this is depends on the role permission. So it is restricted. So they will see an icon here that okay, you are impersonating this user, and if they carry out any action on behalf of that user, it will show, it will log that this user was impersonated as this user. So this is very useful for support people especially at our company. If they want to impersonate you, you have raised a support ticket, right? And we want to impersonate some user to check how is why is the permission not working or something like that. In that case, it is useful. Not in normal use cases. No, no, very latest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So there was a third-party app that someone created, but now we have it like in the framework itself. So you can impersonate. Reason for impersonating. Uh, don't want to tell. Okay. Confirm. So as you can see, now I am impersonating Frappe. So since you are impersonating this user, you will have like identical to them, as if you are logged in as them. Yeah. This can be useful if you are implementing in like hundreds of employees and you are a support person, say, right? Usually IT people are the one doing support. So you get a call, okay, my sales invoice is not acceptable. Then you can just, okay, impersonate this user, what is happening? Let me see as if what he is seeing in his system. This is very recent, week ago. This feature was like added a week ago. Good morning. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning. No, no, no issues. Come on. Yeah, so this was user. You can see like what all permissions it has, some more information. So I have like, I didn't share. There is a day zero assignment. There you have to figure out how to change password for a user from your side. So this is change password. Thank you. Uh, Sharik, can you check the camera went off? Thank you. I don't know why it went off. Thanks. So yeah, here you can set the password for the user and done. For any other user, like depending on your this of course. Not every user can go and reset each other's password. Yeah. Yeah, 101. We have started with very basics. So yeah. So you can explore. There are more list view and form views, role list. But yeah, what we will start with is we'll see two things. How to quickly build some web pages, right? So suppose we will take our own use case of Irfan Caps. He wants a landing page where he can list about his, yeah, his services, right? His business. So I'll go to the website workspace and scroll down, scroll down. There is, we also have blog posting feature. So if you want to do blog post, that is built in. I'll click on web page, and as you can see, there is no web page by default, and you can create a new web page. So let's create a new web page. I'll give is about Irfan Caps. So we are creating a new web page simply. Route will be auto generated if you don't give, uh, but there are a few options on how you want to author this web page, right? So you can directly write rich text, which will be like Word, right? There is Markdown, also a markup language. You can directly write HTML, right? You can have a slideshow. Page builder is there. So this is the most useful one because it gives you some four. This the fourth one. Yeah. So there is an UX issue with this thing. Yeah. UI is nice, but UX is not. Yeah, on last day. So when we deploy to Frappe Cloud, we'll point the custom domain to it. In normal cases, if you are self-hosting, you just have to a record or CNAME. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. So everything we discuss in these 3 days or anything around Frappe is 100% open source, self-hostable. So there is nothing like, okay, when you only deploy to Frappe Cloud, you get sales invoice feature. Nothing like that. Everything is available on, there is no separate versions, right? So you can install this identical because we are in here in the local setup, right? So anybody can have a local setup or you can deploy this to production as well. Same thing. No restrictions anywhere. Cool. So page builder gives you some blocks. See? So suppose in my page I want a hero image. So you have different types of building blocks. So let's have a hero and then edit. Let's call it Irfan Cabs. Give it a subtitle: Luxury cars for everyone. You can have a primary action. So this will render as a button. Book now. This will implement maybe in 2 days. We'll implement a form that they can browse the vehicles, click on a button and book. That we are going to implement as well. So let's hit submit. For now, I just want a basic web page. Hit save. As you can see, it is published, right? You can uncheck this publish if you don't want to publish it to the website. And as soon as we hit publish, there is this see on website button. So let's click that. See, it created a simple website. You can add more blocks as you want, but Irfan Cabs, luxury cars for anyone, book now. So user doesn't have to log in for this page. This is portal page without any restrictions. Even guests can view. So you can add some styling here if you want to go not go full width, right? You want to align everything to the center. You can do that. Hit save. Go back. Okay, wait. Center as in okay here. So you can say remove space, add border at the bottom, add gray background. You can even add background image if you want, right? Let's save. And what else? Yeah, edit values. So there is this alignment. Submit, save, go back. See, looks uglier, but fine. So this gives you an idea of like even if just you get a Frappe Cloud instance, this is not anything I haven't gone into developer mode yet. This is just even if you give access to a user, the default Frappe Cloud site, this is what you get, right? You can create web pages. Yeah. Mhm. You'll need some scripting here for implementing that button. We don't have what do you say, multi-language built in. For desk, it is there. For desk, you can go to system settings and switch your language. Yeah. Those translations are there, contributed by community, German, French, a lot of languages are there. So the whole UI changes to that language. Yeah. What else? Yeah. So if you want a terms and conditions page, let's say, now he comes and asks for a terms and condition page, right? Uh, terms and conditions. Mostly text, so I will choose Markdown. I will say Markdown. In Markdown, this is H heading level 2. So T and C. Don't, what do you say? Yeah, you can have some terms and conditions. No refunds. Okay. Hit save. Again, you can have some settings here. Style full width. We don't want full width. Let's align it to the right this time. show the title, hit save. See, now your content is aligned to the right. Terms and condition, this is the title. We clicked on that checkbox, right? So everything you're doing, this is the low code, no code part I was talking about, right? So you're not writing much code, but you still get decent looking websites. And again, I'm using the awesome bar, by the way. So to jump to website settings, here you can customize it even further, right? You can have a theme. So by default, Frappe gives you this black button theme, right? Font is enter. You can change all of that from here. So you can change your app name, my app, right? You can attach a logo. You can define a home page. And then theme is also interesting. So let's create a new theme. You can define the primary color, right? Let's say red, primary, save, text color, green, secondary. It's going to look horrible, but let's try. So you give it a name, um, Irfan. Yeah. So you can directly set it as a default theme from here, or you can go back and change it. So let's directly set from here. And now if I go to the website, text is already green at some places, but let's visit that web page that we created moments ago. Wait, this doesn't have a button. Maybe this one. Okay, some reason it is not working. So in that cases, we can do one thing. So Frappe caches this page for fast, what do you say, rendering. In that case, you can go to website settings again, website settings. So website has a separate cache, clear cache, view website. We can go to web page list about Irfan Cabs. I don't know why it is not picking up the color. Maybe we have to theme. This. Let's make everything red. Secondary button shadows, button gradients, pop-ins. Change the font as well, right? So let's try everything now. It should work. Yeah, now it looks. That works. You just have to set the proper colors everywhere. So this is the background color. This is, I think, light and dark color. And it also fetched the font we wanted, right? So that you can customize. Even inject your own styles, CSS, if you want to. And there is, yeah. So you have to inspect and check what elements are being rendered. There is a better way to build websites now in Frappe. We'll discuss that on day 3 using Frappe Builder. Yeah, you can, like, it gives you like a visual building experience. Yeah, so maybe I will show it right now because we have the context. So I'll open up our website. Maybe they are updating our site. So frappe.io/builder. Yeah, probably they're updating the site. So let's wait for 5 minutes. But what that will do is Frappe Builder, if you search, so this gives you this canvas where you can images, containers, create the whole design and layout here, click on publish, and then your website will be live on your Frappe instance. This is much better way to build websites now. That is fast to start with, but if you want something very, what do you say, custom designed, right? Yeah, WordPress, kind of WordPress. So you can do that, and this also has scripting. So it is built on top of framework, so it has some features like if you want to pull items from your database and render them dynamically here, possible. So visit this page. We did also did a live stream, so there is a 2 hour live stream. So if you want to build websites, this is the way to go in Frappe now. But yeah, you can embed your scripts. There is, I think, a video. Gives you a glimpse of how you go about it. Yeah. Just drag drop stuff, layout, hit publish, done. Right? This was Frappe Builder. Mm, yeah. So you can start with the basic web page doc type, and then if you want custom design stuff, easily you can install Builder. It is one of the apps. Done. Cool. So let's start solving Irfan's problems. One of the problem is solved. Now he has a website, although ugly looking, but fine. So the second step is to move away from the Excel sheets. Remember, he has Excel sheets. Where is this? Yeah, there's Excel sheets. There is one for the vehicle, one for the driver. There is a slip, the Wi-Fi slip. Can you pass that? Yeah. So now think about it. Given his business, what will be the entities, primary entities in that business? What data you want to capture? What do you want to keep track of? Drivers, vehicles, which means the cars itself. What else? Customers. What else? Probably if we want to go to that extent, yeah. Bookings. Bookings come before expenses. So that's how we will make profit, right? Uh, yeah, bookings and then maybe even capture rides get completed, payouts through the drivers, how much he's paying out, that. So all those entities, we have to create doc types for them. So doc type. Now, by now you have realized that doc type is the entity plus how it looks. So let's start with the very first one. So first we'll create, let's start with, so you can go to build in the workspace, or you can directly search for doc type from here. Either there is this shortcut or directly search doc type list, and you will see there are already 257 doc types. See, they keep going up and down, but usually this is frameworks bringing. So framework brings its own doc type. So as I said, right, everything is a doc type. Even doc type is a doc type. You will find a meme somewhere around in internet about this. So doc type is a doc type. That's, but yeah. So now we want to build our own custom doc types. There is a to do doc type, right? That you can see. Okay, how does it look, right? Here is the form. You can change it, but let's create a new one. So first and foremost thing you need is a name for this doc type, right? Sales invoice, that is the name of that doc type. Purchase invoice, that is the name of that doc type. Customer, right? These are the name of the entities or doc types. We call them in Frappe. In Frappe, we call them doc types. So driver, right? Let's start with the driver. Then module is a way of grouping those doc types, right? Suppose we are creating new doc types which are related to some specific customizations. In that case, you can create a new module. So let's create a new one, or you can use the existing ones. There is custom, contacts, automation. So I'll choose custom because this is one of the custom doc types. And there is one thing I need to do. Yeah, forget about it. I didn't do anything. No, no. So I had it turned on by default, but now we'll discuss about that. Yeah. By default, for you, it will be turned off. That is developer mode. Yeah. Where is virtual? I think it will be inside. Now it is not showing that option. It was there. It went away. We'll discuss virtual doc types. So virtual doc types are like the name suggests, they're virtual. They don't create any database table in the backend. You have to tell it where to fetch the data from. So I was discussing, right, the no code, low code tools, they let you connect your own external backends that you can mimic using virtual doc type. It will give you the CRUD, but data can come from anywhere. Any API, MongoDB. I have an article on connecting MongoDB with Frappe. So that is how virtual doc. There are advanced features. We'll discuss them at the towards the end. So don't worry about it. Yeah. So then again, module custom. Remember this checkbox. Like we'll come back to this, but this is disabled, right? So you can't opt out of it. The whatever doc type you are creating is going to be custom. Let's create and continue. So as you can see, it is empty form. So this is the form builder built by our very own Sharik. He has built this. I think version 15, right? Version 15. Starting version 15. If you have version 14, you won't see this. You will see a table where you have to manually add those. But this is more visual way of doing it. So here you can build how will the form look and what all fields will it have, right? So what all the driver can have. Name, first name, last name. Let's start with first name, last name. So I clicked on add section, then add field. What type of field do you want, right? What will be the name? So the first name, text, it will be text. So if you were to do in a traditional framework, varchar 255 or something like that, you might define that, right? But here you have a list of different types of fields available. You will see there is an attach, which will let you attach, like let the user attach a file, attach image, which is more specific. It will only let them attach a image file. There is barcode, button, checkbox. So if you see checkbox, right? Maybe let's say enabled, right? Then so the most common one is data. So it has a limit of 200 characters. So if you think that, okay, there is some text that I want to capture, and at max it will be around 200 characters, then this is the way to go. First name, last name, etc. This all come under this category. So let's say first name. All I'm building visually. And then again, one more data, last name. And if you see closely on this side, there is this button, right? It shows a title very small. I don't know if it is able or not. Move the current field and the following to the next column. Done. So it moves them here. And you can keep on adding as many fields as you want. So what else do we need for the driver? Let's check the Excel sheet. What else? What was he capturing? So this will completely depend on what the use case is. Some doc types have hundreds of fields. So first name is there, last name is there, phone number and license number. Okay. So we have a phone field, right? Phone. Yeah. Yeah, driver image. Let's because in Excel he can't add images. We'll give him new features, right? We are building a new system, so let's give him an attach image. Uh, driver profile. What should we call it? Avatar profile. Profile is fine. Profile image. Or we don't need driver because driver is the name of the doc type anyway. Profile image. Phone number. I think one more. License. Let's take data license plate, license number. Okay. So we created this form, dragging, dropping, whatever we did. Now we will hit save. See, I clicked save. The doc type got created, and now I can go to driver list. Empty, right? By default, there is no driver in the system. It created the database table. It went and done some stuff behind the scenes that we will see. We'll peek behind the scenes what happened. But now you can start performing CRUD operations. You can create, read, update, delete drivers. So let's create our first driver. Enabled. Let's call him John. License something something. Last name no. Phone number. This phone number field gives you the country code input as well. So let's say UAE, United Arab Emirates. Some number. Hit save. Phone number is not valid. As you can see, this comes out of the box with the phone field. I don't remember what is the number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 in Dubai. Okay, wait. Okay, 8. It's better to go with what I'm. Yeah, works. So it does more than just counting digits, I guess. Probably. So yeah, phone number. Now let's attach an image for this driver. So this time I'll use a link. So you can give it a link of the image that is somewhere else without uploading. So let's search for Google. Mm, this box. Copy link address. Go back. Paste it. Upload. Okay, wait. Doesn't work. Anything else? Ah, yeah, that. Yeah, this will work. Hopefully. We can. But I'm showing just one other way of linking images. Now, if you hover over it, see, this is the image. Yeah. No, no, it's just the link. See, CDN. So you will see this in attachments as well. But if you visit here, right, you will see the file URL is actually it is not storing it in the local. And compare this to the file that we uploaded, right? It is a relative path. Yeah, no, it is not caching that. If you want, you can download and have it in the system, but this is just kind of a symlink to that place. Yeah, that's the difference. And now we have the profile, phone number, but there is a lot of issues in this form. Currently, we can go and do this. Useless. What's this record used for? There is no data. We didn't enter any data. We have to do something about it, right? So users don't create these empty records. Yeah. So let's go back. Here is where the thing I was talking about metadata, right? So here you click, and on the right hand side, you will see there is this properties panel. So whatever field you selected, right? All the properties related to that. So let's just scroll down and see what is available. You will see the type is data because we chose it to be the label. There is the name. So this name is how it will be referred in the backend. When we start writing code or in the database, this is the name that will be used. Then you can say to make it mandatory, right? Let's also make the license number mandatory. These are probably fine. And for enabled, I want it to by default be 1. So by default, as you see, it is 0. 0 means unchecked. 1 means checked. Hit save. Go back to driver list. Let's try to do the same thing. And now it will say, okay, no, I need these two fields. So Jenny, hit save. Nice. So now it will show you this red star symbol for mandatory. And if they don't fill, it will show a message, okay, these fields are mandatory. So yeah, what else can we improve here? ID is weird, right? So ID is the name. It is called the name in the backend. You will see it as a name field. And that is randomly generated by Frappe. So this is the primary key, uniquely identifying a particular record, a particular driver, right? But you can control that too. We want it someone serial, like employee number one, employee number two. So similarly, we can have driver 001, driver 002. That will be much more useful, right? And then also I want this ID is anyway useless to the actual users, right? So maybe that can be the last column, but first name can be the first column. So that are all configurations, right? So let's go back to the doc type form. Go to the settings. Here are all the settings related to that form, right? As you can see, you have this scroll down, naming section, right? Here you can control that randomly generated hash that was there. We can give our own patterns, or you can do this very popular option called auto increment. So this will give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It takes less space as well in the database. We can do that if you want, or you can go by expression. Here, expression, it will let you write some format. So dr, let me just write and explain. Dr dash hash 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 in curly brackets. So this portion will be dynamically replaced by, like Frappe will replace it with 001. The next record will get 002, 003, so on and so forth. This is how. And you can have date as well. So will be replaced by the current month whenever this driver was created. YYY will be the year. DD will be the day. And you can also refer to fields. So probably you want DR, number, and then first name. You can have that. So now I'll hit save. It won't go and change the existing records. You can delete all of it if you want. So I can bulk select actions, delete, yes, delete it. Let's create our driver. John Doe, no, this is license number. This is a UX issue, we'll fix it. I don't have a cousin named John, so see, DR001. The next one will get 002 and so on and so forth. And I want the first name column here. And also this should be first name, right? Or even better, later we will make it full name when we learn some scripting. So I'll go scroll down, form settings, no, view settings. Here you can tell what is the title field. So this will be used in the title of the form as well as it will be the first column in the list view. So in sales invoice, you might have noticed it doesn't give you the sales invoice ID in the first column. Usually it is the customer name, right? So let's call it, like, we can pick the name from here, this thing, name. Or if you recall, you can pick it from there, paste it here. I'll check this box, don't worry about it. Later we'll discuss about link fields. But let's go back to driver list now. And you'll see the difference. What is the first column now? And if I click, What is the title of the form? First name. This is the title field. So this, like, there are a lot of settings. Don't worry about specific settings. See the approach. Like, there are form views and list view and the fields, but there is configuration on top of it. Like, you can configure a lot of it. This is the metadata I was talking about, right? So you see these checkboxes in the form settings, track changes, track scene, track views. So as soon as I enable track changes, I hit save, go back to driver list, right? I change John to Jenny. See this. You change the value of first name from John to Jenny. This is what that checkbox does. It will track every change that happens to the form and who does that or who did that change, right? So this is the activity area. Here you will see uh, different kinds of activities. Even I think I don't have image. Do I have? Let's attach this. Okay, let's upload. You'll see you change the value of profile picture from this to this. So this you attached file, right? And lock icon means it is a private file. Cool. So this is the activity view. Here you will see a lot of stuff. Even if you can add comments here. So this driver is not performing well. Maybe HR commented. Fire him? Question mark. Sad face. Okay. Remarks, right? Probably you won't do it publicly like this, but yeah. So other users who have access to this doc can also see the comments related to it. You can edit, you can delete if you now regret this. Gone. Cool. So this was like the basic form view. You have the form itself and then some comments area and the activity timeline. So this we can just track changes in the doc type and it will start tracking changes. Then there is this side piece where you can, one thing we already saw, the attachments. It will show all the attachments that are in the form itself, and you can attach more directly to the form without adding new fields. So suppose you want his license to be attached, maybe, right? So we can attach some random image from here and upload, and you'll see that now there are two attachments. So what if we want to make public, private, private, public, like swap between the two? So just click on the lock icon, right? And uncheck this, hit save. So tell me what is file here? Doc type, correct? Good. File is also a doc type. As I said, right, everything in Frappe is a doc type. So file is also a doc type. So when you attach something, a doc type, behind the scene, it will create a new record of that file doc type. And then it will set some values, like what is the file size, what is the URL, right? And what doc type it is attached to, what document it is attached to. See, it is attached to driver one, right? So this was attachments. You can add some tags, let's say VIP, right? So what this will let you do is when you are here, right, you can filter by tags. I only want to see VIP drivers. Tagging is possible. Cool. Okay, this was like creating basic doc type. We have the doc type. Done. Yeah. Mhm. I don't think so. No, no, no. There is no tracking. Who changed role permission manager doesn't track changes. No. You can have some hook if you want to log it. Like we'll learn about hooks. So yeah, now comes the major piece here. What actually happened behind the scene, right? When a doc type got created, like everybody can create doc types now, right? But what actually happened? You need to understand that if you want to work more efficiently as a developer, in the developer side mostly. So suppose I want this driver doc type in some other site. What I have to do right now? Will this be automatically be available somewhere? Yeah. So what actually happened is this all this stuff about where it will get stored, where not is about this checkbox. So if it is a custom doc type, no files will be generated. No code files will be generated. This will only remain in the database of this particular site, this driver doc type. This will only be in this site doc type, in this site's database. So we can check also. Go back to your bench, and then here we can say MariaDB. So this will drop you in the database console for this site. And here we can see select star from, or we can search for select star from tab doc type, where name like, so I want to see this. Okay, empty set. Wow. Maybe doc type name. Whatever. Or we can directly search for it. Okay. So what did I do? So I didn't say describe the driver table. I said describe tab driver. So what Frappe will do is whenever you create a doc type, it will create a corresponding database table, given it is not a single doc type. Single doc types don't have a database table, a separate database table in the table. But normal doc types, what we are talking right now, Frappe will go in the backend, it will create a database table in MariaDB, but the name of that table will be tab and the name of the doc type. Tab driver. So can you guess what will be the name of the sales invoice table? Tab sales invoice, tab purchase invoice. So just prefix it tab and you will find, and you will see it did some stuff to convert whatever you had in the UI to the actual field schema. Cool. But this is in this only. You can't share it right now. Even if you see the records that we created, let's do select star from tab driver. There is just one record dr001 that we created. And you will notice there are other fields as well which we didn't add. Did we add creation? No. Did we add modified? This Frappe adds automatically to keep track of the life cycle of the docs to show these things. Yeah, so to show this kind of things. When was it created, right? This is always stored in those fields. Cool. But what if we want to have this shippable, right? We want to take whatever we have built and give it to others so they can just install it as an app and done. So yeah, before that, we'll go back to some slides. Yeah. So let's talk a bit about the tech stack of what the framework is built on top of. So two languages, Python in the backend, JavaScript in the front end. The database is MariaDB or Postgres. Postgres support is framework does support it well, but ERPNX doesn't. By well, it means okay, it just works. Uh, but not MariaDB is fully supported, tested. Lot of apps. ERPNext also works with well with MariaDB. Whatever setup guides or the Docker setup you have, that all use MariaDB. And for caching and queuing, we use Redis. For front end, we use Bootstrap and jQuery. Mostly vanilla JS is there, sprinkles of jQuery. And for templating, right, we'll learn about templating tomorrow. Tomorrow, second half, if everything goes according to the plan, which is not. But Jinja will learn. That is a templating language that will help us render dynamic HTML. So that is used by Frappe. Uh, so let's discuss what is bench. Let's have some water before. This is a big topic. Did it come back up? No, no. Bench is like, yeah. Hmm. No, 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 not 9,000. Don't go to 8,000 and click this. Yeah. 9,000 is actually, we'll discuss what it is. So, yeah. Uh, So this is like key to understanding if you are to work with custom apps and Frappe locally, right? This is like if you understand, the better you understand this, the easier it will be for you to debug some small issues, work around with dependency issues mostly, and whatever we discussed, like the before the host and etc., that will make more sense. So if you see this diagram, right, there is just one MariaDB, right? There are multiple sites, there are multiple apps. We have Node.js. This we use for two purposes. One is Socket.io and then other is website theme rendering. So one is the running process, right? We'll see where it is defined. Redis, as I discussed for caching and queuing, we use Redis. Redis is a key value store, right? It is not a normal database, but it's fast. It keeps stuff in the RAM. So you might know, right? RAM is faster than ROM. Accessing RAM is faster than ROM. So whatever caching you hear is probably inside Redis, and Frappe fetches it from there. We also have background jobs. So if you want to run something in the background, we also have a scheduler. We will discuss that. So maybe you want to run something every day, right? That will come under schedule job. So what is bench, right? If you just ls in the bench directory, right, you will see there is an apps directory, there is sites, env, logs, and there is a file called proc file. Just ls and check in your bench directory, just ls. See, I ls into my bench directory. There is this proc file. There are apps folder. Obviously, there will be apps inside it. There is the sites folder where all your sites live. Logs, some configuration. Env. There is a folder called env. So can you guess what it is? What environment? Exactly. It's the Python virtual environment. So bench, when you install bench, right? You did pip install bench and you created a new bench with bench in it. It created a virtual environment around it. And all the packages, Frappe, its app, its requirements installed inside that environment. So whenever you are running some command, the Python, everything that processes are running that are using this environment, not your global, uh, what do you say? Python environment. Yeah. So you can't just say pip install pandas and expect it to run in your custom app because pip is global. It will install in your system, not inside the bench. So you have to install packages separately, right? So for that, we have a simple command. Instead of running pip install pandas, you just do bench pip install pandas. So that will install inside the env, the bench environment, virtual environment. So I will do just ls in env, and I will ask this in the evaluation call. So remember. So this is the env folder. You can find it has a bin. So yeah, you can see what all packages that .env, httpx. So what all I have installed in my bench. Some are dependencies of Frappe, some I just installed. So these are all Python packages. Even the pip binaries and everything that is used by OpenAI is also there. Pip. See, these are all the packages. So whenever you want to use some new package, Python package in your custom app, you just install it on the bench environment, bench pip. Cool. So this is that piece, right? Everything is there, but everything runs on top of what virtual environment? This Python virtual environment, and which is this env folder. Yeah. So whatever requirements you define your custom apps, Frappe will install them. Yeah, this env. So all the requirements. So each app has its own, can have its own requirements file. Recently, we switched from requirements.txt plus setup.py to pyproject.toml file. I'll show you when we dig into custom app that how you can install. So this can be useful if you're doing some, okay, you saw OpenAI, right? That I installed in one of my chatbot apps. They have a Python package. So since this is the other end of the spectrum, we shifted very quickly. We were doing in the low code, no code stuff, but now we are in this realm. Here you have full control. You can install packages, you can use them, importing in your own custom app files, which we'll see. But yeah, that is the Python virtual environment and MariaDB is the database. So each site, right? The database server is one, but the database itself is one per site. So each site has one database. Each site has one database. Correct? Where do you find what database was created for each site? Some file will be there, right? Which will tell you what database was created, what's the password for it. Yeah. So let's go into the sites directory, cd sites. And what is the site we created? Irfan.caps. Let's do ls. And you will see there is a site config.json file. Let's open it up in VS Code. Site config.json. You will see exactly what I was talking about, the database credentials. So it created a database with this password, MariaDB. So here, if you are using Postgres, it will be Postgres. Then what user it created for that database. So you don't have to access directly. Frappe is accessing on your behalf using this credentials. But behind the scenes, it created a new database for your this site. So each site is own. It has its own database. Because if it was a single database, you created two sites. Both can't have a driver table then. Then it has to be one table. And in that case, so everything mess up. That's why each site has its own database. Multi-tenancy, right? That's why a single bench can have multiple sites. Yeah. Where? I just did ls to check in the site. So I went into this particular site. So sites folder has one folder for each site with the same name as the site. So for our case, it was irfan.caps. And then I just opened the site config.json. We saw one more config file where we had the default site, we removed it. Common site config. So that configuration is applicable to all the sites. This one, just this site. So if you define something in that common site, it will apply to all the sites on that bench. But if you just want to define it for one particular site, you can define it here, right? There are some configurations that are defined on the global level itself, just like default site. But yeah, this is that. So these were sites. So sites are nothing but each site, one database, done. But now apps. Yeah. So we call them custom apps. So Frappe will come by default. When you create a new branch, Frappe will be there. Frappe is also structured just like an app, but it is like mandatory. You don't have escape out of Frappe because it brings the whole system. But you can build on top of it. So ERP next, right? It is a custom app. All apps you see in the Frappe Cloud Marketplace are custom apps. And what are custom apps, you'll ask, right? So custom apps bring their own doc types. They can bring templates, web views, their own portal pages. So all will be packaged in one repository. Maybe you push it to GitHub, we'll push our app to GitHub. And someone can use this command. Where is it? Yeah. Bench get app command. It will give the Git URL. It will get this app and have it in your bench, right? So suppose uh, new site we saw, this command can be used to create a new site. But now we are coming here. So you will see we have Frappe, we have ERP next, we have our own custom app, and we have two sites. So what do you think? This both sites have all the three apps? Why? We did bench get app. It went and brought ERP next. We did bench get custom app. It went to GitHub, brought it and added it to the apps folder, right? The apps folder. But how are these two related? Sites and benches, sites and apps. Can you guess? Yeah. So this exactly very correct. So it went, pulled the source code, and it kept in the bench, but it hasn't installed in the site. You have to run a command to tell, okay, I want ERP next in this site. I want custom app in this site. That's how it is multi-tenant. But you can't have separate versions. So you can't tell, okay, I want ERP next version 14 in this one and version 15 in this one. That can't happen. So version is bench level because the code is same. So when it went and pulled the version 14, it is for all the sites. If you install on this one, this will also get this same source code. When you install on this one, this will also go. But you have option. It is not like that, okay, install on the bench, so all sites have it. So you have one site, maybe it just has Frappe. You can have other site, it just has ERP next and Frappe. That can be done. So let's do that. So first we'll create a new app for us for storing all our logic and doc types for Irfan Caps, the app. Let's go back. Bench, new app, right? New dash app. Let's call it rentals. Yeah, it will ask you some stuff. First is the title of the app. Let it be description, manage rentals in Frappe. Publisher, San, email, san@frappe.io. You can give a license or hit enter. You can, for now, I'll hit no here, or maybe yes, doesn't matter. Now, you can give it a branch name. So what happens is whenever you create a new app, right, it also initializes the GitHub repository inside it automatically. Each app is a GitHub repository in the sense, right? So you can give the name of the GitHub branch. Maybe I'll call it main. And then it will go and create this app. And now we cd dot dot cd dot dot ls cd apps. We are checking a lot of apps again. You will have just one or two, but let's locate Irfan rentals. See, here is the folder. and I will just say cd into rentals ls. You will see this. I have a extension in my terminal installed that shows whether I'm in a Git repository or not. So as you can see, it used the name, and there is this README license. Uh, there is this file I was talking about. Here you can define your requirements. Whatever your app Python packages depends on, you can define it in the pyproject.toml file. Okay, I'll just open it up in VS Code. Let's enter full screen. So we created the app, right? We have the app now. But how do we install in the site? Bench, dash dash site, the name of the site, which is irfan.caps, install dash app, and name of the app, which will be rentals. Done, right? So now we'll go back. We'll go to irfan.caps. We'll switch to desk. Bench might stop here, so you can restart because we created a new app. In that one step is to restart bench, so it stops and doesn't start. So now I'll go to about. See, our app got installed, and it is, you can see in the about, it is like by default it will give some version 0.01, and this is the branch, the GitHub branch. Cool. Any doubts in installing app, creating app? Okay. So apps, you understood what apps are, right? Custom apps are basically they bring in their own doc types, the logic, everything, and you can install those, kind of. But they're a lot of more powerful because of the hooks feature that we'll learn. So what happens is you can create new app. It will be in the bench. It won't be installed automatically on all the sites on that bench. It's just the source code. But when we use the new app command to create this new app rentals. We gave it a name. It walk us through a wizard. What is the bench title? Like what is the app title? Who is the publisher of the app? I'll show you where it stores that information. And then we install it on the site using this command. In the site, we installed the app. So in this slide, we installed app on the site. That's what we did. And now that site has this rentals app. And that's what we were checking by going to the site and in the about. See, rentals is there. Yeah, no, multiple sites. Yeah, you are too zoomed in. Yeah, probably yes. Yeah, about yeah. Yeah, app once you install the app, it will be. Yeah, yeah, just install it. Cool. Invalid, so this CD. Remove the CD, then try again. So, so it says like invalid config. Try restarting again. Yeah, run. Try running it. Yep, no issues. Yeah, your listener. So yeah, I forgot to mention. So all the commands, right? I have a cheat sheet. I forgot. How can I forget this? Thanks for the reminder. So when you go to manual, just scroll down to the bottom. There is bench, and click here. So I like cheat sheets. So this is an A4 size. You can print and keep by your side till you get comfortable with the command. So it will tell you how to create a site, how to enable the host things we did, how to take a backup, how to restart bench, how to start bench, everything, how to create a new app, install an app on a site. So all the commands that we are using today on the bench are available on this cheat sheet. Thanks, thanks. I almost forgot about it. Yeah, yeah. In the manual, the last link. In the manual, see, in the manual, the last link. Then click here. Are you able to find it? Okay, cool. 3 days. So earlier it was 4 days, but since we are leaving on 7th of night, we'll cut short it. So the 4th day was mostly Q&A session. We'll do that online. The content will be same because 3 days we had the content and 4th day was Q&A session. So in between we are having Q&A, so you can ask anything anyways. But yeah, we'll schedule a 2 hour Zoom call. You all can join after a few days, of course. So yeah, now the app is installed. It is ready to go. Should we take a break? Yeah, let's take a break. You can come up to speed if you are following along. Uh, or we can continue for 15 minutes and take a lunch break at 1. Does that work? Okay. Works, right? Do that then. I can go on and on, but yeah, we have to start somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, there is memory for that. Okay. Cool. So now I'll just open this whatever folder got created for the app, right? I said app is nothing but the source code it brings. So I will open this in VS Code and just quickly walk through what is inside this. So there is a README file that Frappe generated for it, right? Um, some stuff on how to install this app. So you can change this. What is the path to your bench? What is URL of this repository? Install app. Um, some stuff for the information. So this will be useful when you push it to GitHub. GitHub displays it in a nice formatted way like this. This. Yeah, let's go back. This is the file I was talking about, pyproject.tom. So before this, we had two files, requirements.txt and setup.py that used to take care of this. Now it is much better. So when you told Frappe about the author and email, right, it put it here. Author's name, email, name of the project. So this is not something specific to Frappe, by the way. This is Python. We are defining a new Python package. Each app is a Python package. So that's why we have this file. And you have what is the minimum required version of Python. Make sense? Yeah. Yeah. In this app. Yeah. Next step is that. So we created the driver doc type, right? So our next step will be to move that driver doc type in the app so we can share. Make sense? Yeah. So right now we are just after lunch we will go into developer mode, literally. So dependencies. Someone asking in requirements.txt, whatever you are defining, right? You just define them here now. You can say pandas 0.1.1. And whenever someone install this app on their site, like on their bench, it will fetch those and which folder it will store? env folder. Env is the Python virtual environment. Okay. So this you don't have to worry about like some internal stuff about that. Mostly you will be concerned about dependencies. If you want to define dependencies, I have till now used it for dependencies mostly. Cool. Some formatting setup. Okay. So now what other files do we have? We have a license.txt. So it asked me what license do you want this app to be. So Frappe is MIT license. So you can use cell, whatever you want, framework. ERP next is AGPL. So if you are giving to someone, you have to give it in the same license, right? So that is a little bit more restrictive. You can't sell it. Whatever you built on top of framework, you can sell it. So read more about, if you are interested, you can read more about this licenses in open source, MIT, AGPL. Yeah. Mm, then we have get ignore to ignore some cache files. Then we have the folder, which is the same name as the app. I will open it up here. And here you will find a lot of folders. So there is init file, which makes it a Python library again, some Python specific stuff. So empty file with just the version. What else do we have? We have config folder, again empty. Public folder, which we'll discuss. Rentals again. So people are confused by this. So rentals, inside that there is a rental folder. Then inside that also there is a rentals folder, nested folders. But that is your app. This is the package inside your app. And then this is empty right now. Module. It is empty right now. Why? Because we don't have any doc types. So as soon as you start creating doc types, right, the files that get generated will be placed here. Make sense? Then we have templates folder for Jinja templates. You can have your HTML templates, email templates. Um, if you are some reusable templates you have includes, you can have that them here. This is also interesting folder. We'll spend a lot of time in portal development. Maybe tomorrow second half as I was saying. So we'll build a portal for vehicles where users can come browse list of vehicles. Just small e-commerce site. They can book. Click on book. It will give them a form. They can fill and book. Automatically booking will be created. Done. So we'll automate that part as well. We are moving away from Excel, right? Let's give them all the power. So yeah, then we have hooks.py file again. Third day we'll discuss a lot about this. Modules.txt, patches.txt. So module we have to discuss. Patches we'll discuss. So advanced again. So mostly whatever we now will do, right, will be under this folder, rentals folder. This is the module. So you can create more modules, by the way. So if you want to see this in the UI, what all modules an app has, you can just go to module list, module def list. You will see the rentals app has a rentals module. This is the inside wala folder, right? And Frappe has a lot of modules. There is automation modules, there is social modules, and module is a way of grouping doc types in simple terms. So we created a driver, we stored it inside custom. And if somehow we can move driver to this module, then it will be inside our app, right? Is it making sense? No? Okay. Right. We stored it someplace, but if somehow we are able to move it here, that will be good. So that's what we'll do. We can create more modules. So if I just come here and create new module def, and let's call it my module. And here we will have to shift into developer mode. So just a brief 5 minute and then we'll take a lunch break. So this battery went low again. So this custom checkbox, right? This means that stuff is going to be in the site. It won't go in the app. So whatever is in the app, we call that standard stuff, and this is the custom stuff. So suppose you deployed a site for the customer, and he wants to customize. He want to create in own doc types. He can, just like we did the driver doc type, right? It's a custom doc type. It doesn't create any files or any source code for them. It will live in their database itself. So even if you upgrade, right, it will be fine. So modules, right? Yeah, if they are inside Frappe, yes. So if you have them in the app and there was some breaking change, then you have to update your app to make sure it is compatible with the latest major version. No, so Frappe will take care then. Yeah, yeah. If you do it custom, like most of the cases, it will automatically work. There are some breaking changes, and only if your customization is using that feature, then you need to go and fix it. Otherwise, it will give you migration errors. That's all. Okay, so no, no, this is a good question, and if I'm correct, somewhere around here there was a discussion planned. I don't know where is it. Yeah, custom counterparts discussion. So here we will all discuss all about what goes into customization and when should you decide to build an app. So in short, it is reusability. Like if you want to reuse some logic again and again, and there are some things that you can't do in customization. So you can't install packages and import them in server scripts. So that kind of discussions we'll discuss in day two tomorrow. Yeah. Hmm? Hmm. Personal, yeah. Hmm. Personal, it will fail. Fail. You rename your module. Otherwise, that happens to rename its module. Mm. So rename doc will try to rename, but you have to make sure that everywhere it is same. Yeah, there is a reason for it. Yeah. Yeah, module name is going to act like that, but even if you inside the module, right, if you have driver and someone brings in driver, it won't come. So it doesn't actually act as a namespace. So if some other brings driver, because yeah, yeah, it can help you group it, but it won't prevent any other app from bringing. That will fail. If yours is the first one there, you will win. But if some other comes, then yeah. So that is how like Sharik can discuss more. Recently, we started building more apps, right? So ERP Next has a doc type called CRM Note. He also has a CRM Note doc type. That is clashing. That's why his app is not supported in ERP Next. So if you have ERP Next, you can't install his app. So he's planning to rename that. Usually new apps are doing that. So game plan, they are adding a prefix GP post, GP this, GP that. So it reduces the chance of a collision. So we can have rental driver. Yeah, IR driver, Irfan rental driver. Something if you have a driver doc type already somewhere. Cool. Yeah, let's take a break. Yeah, we'll meet at 1:30. Does that work? I don't know what's the lunch situation, but we'll find out. We can stop recording for a bit. So before we left for lunch, we were discussing how we shift this rock type to the custom app, right? So custom app has this module definition, which is this
The
rentals.
form builder has no additional functionality.
Which one?
The form builder itself.
Yeah, the builder is this, the form builder.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have any additional functionality as versus the previous versions. It's just the GUI,
Yeah, this is just additional as in.
like any additional features to the field, to the data field, different properties.
Yeah,
besides
properties are still here.
the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just the same rock type. The child table has now a good UX. You can say that. Yeah, more visual. There you had to add column break field, and that was not so intuitive. But now it is basically it looks like what it will be visible there. Cool. So what if we just change this module to rentals, right? What if we change it to rentals? Rentals is the module in our app. So will that generate code? I hit save. I go back to my app. No, right? No. Why? Yeah, custom means it will remain on the database of this site. It won't create any files. So now we have to uncheck this to uncheck this, right? We have to go into developer mode. So there are a few ways to do this. Bench dash dash site name Irfan dot caps set config developer mode 1, right? So to see what it does, let's just, this is one way of doing it. I'll just open up my site code site config and just observe the site config after I run this command. Let's move this here, this here. Bench dash dash site Irfan dot caps set config developer mode. See what it did? It just went and added this. So I misspelled it. This should be underscore. Yeah. So this will switch on developer mode, right? And once you have done that, just clear cache, right? I'm clearing cache or reload. And then if you go back to setting, you will see two things. One, this site is running in developer mode. Any changes here will be updated in the code, right? If you just want to customize, use customization instead. And now this is enabled. The checkbox, the custom checkbox got enabled, right? Here. So now we can disable this. I can hit save, go back. Ta-da! New folder appeared. In that, we will have our driver. See? And it has some files. So each doc type will have its own folder. And you will see files here. So init is basically to make it a Python package. Then we have three important files. The fourth one is also important, but developers don't give that important to this file, sadly. But we have driver.js, which will help us customize the form or the list view, the front, the client side of it. So we call it a client script. Then there is JSON file. So you don't have to manually touch JSON files. Frappe manages it. So this is the schema of the doc type. So whatever you did here, right? This settings, this we enable track changes, we created this form. This is stored in this JSON file. So if we were not in developer mode, it was not generating this file. Now, if I take this file, package in this app, push it to GitHub, someone pulls it, and they get the driver doc type if they install this app on their site because of this JSON file. This contains all the information to create the driver doc type. See, if you scroll down, you will see what fields are there, right? Uh, Even this metadata that we set through the UI. So now we have code. That is what we do in developer mode. Make sense? Now you can, like, since this is a GitHub repository, you can commit, push it to GitHub. We will do that towards the end. Custom developments. So suppose I deployed a site. So in Frappe, I also we have deployed one site, okay?
Yeah.
And for us only, we want a survey form doc type, say custom. I don't want it to ship in a code or reuse in another sites, right? So in that case, we don't need developer mode. Developer mode is only required when you need to generate the source code. Yeah, no, and you should not. You can't and you shouldn't. Why? Because in production, never turn on developer mode. Developer mode is only for when you are locally developing apps. Otherwise, what was supposed to be customization maybe will generate code in your server. And Frappe Cloud, as soon as you update, all the changes will go away. It is supposed to be like that. So in Frappe Cloud, we deliberately don't allow you to go in site config and set developer mode 1. So you push it to GitHub, whatever you develop locally, right? You push it to GitHub, and then in Frappe Cloud, it will show update available. Click done. Only on private benches. You can add custom apps. But if you have self-hosted it, you can just do git pull in your app folder, restart migrate, it will come up. JSON file is important because this Frappe will look at this and say, okay, I need to create a tab driver doc table. Remember tab driver? There was this database table created. Yeah. So don't turn on developer mode on production. So there you can still create doc types, but what kind of doc types? Custom doc types with the custom checked. But if you want to create standard doc types that generate code, then you have to go into developer mode. Make sense? Make sense? You're still a little confused? Maybe it will come clarity. But yeah. So the other file is, the third one is driver.py file. We are going to spend some time on it. It will let us write logic using Python. So this is what we call the controller class of the driver. Similar to models in Django, but yeah. Then we have this test underscore driver class, which will be uh, can be used to write unit tests, right? So this is that. That's why I said. So every doc type, whenever you create a new doc type, you'll get this set of files, right? JS for customizing front end, we'll one by one we'll go over each. Like each is a separate piece. Controllers is separate. This is separate. JSON is you don't have to touch. Frappe will keep it updated. So what happens is when you update one field, say you added a new field, JSON will get updated. So you'll ask, right? I shipped my ERP next app or whatever my app is. New field got added in driver. How do I get that new field in that site? Then you commit that okay, this was the file in the JSON. This was the change in the JSON file. You push it to GitHub. Either you pull it on Frappe Cloud or your self-hosted instance. You run bench migrate, right? On bench migrate, like Frappe Cloud will automatically run for you. On bench migrate, Frappe will look at all these JSON files, match it with their previous versions using hash. So we hashed the JSON file. It will see that, okay, new field got added, this field got deleted, and it will automatically migrate. It will automatically make changes to the database. If you add a new field, it will go and add a new field in that database table, new column in that database table, right? So that is the migration process. So this is not like very database migrations are general concept in web development. So usually like Django, right? You have to go manually make migrations. It will generate a file for migration, and then you push it to the production and it runs that file. Here in Frappe, we have automatic migrations. So just based on the JSON changes, it will automatically migrate. So yeah, this is one of the major thing that happens when you do bench migrate. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Patches. You have to write a patch. So patches are so suppose Frappe is when you run bench migrate, right? Frappe is running some doing some stuff behind the scenes. So this is called the schema of the doc type, the table. It will be updating the schema or dropping columns, adding columns, renaming columns. So there is no rename kind of. It just creates a new and deletes the old one kind of. But in patches, you can write your own script. There is a patches.txt file. This one, right? Here you can tell that I want to run this code either before the update or after the update. You have two options, right? I will share. I have like in the manual, I've shared the documentation in day 2 or 3 where you can learn more about it. But here you can run your own code while migration. Maybe you want to fix some column, right? Maybe you want to have one column, you renamed it to something else, but now you want to copy that data over. That patches will let you run your own scripts while migration. Cool. And patches run only once, so to fix existing data. Cool. So yeah, now we have the driver doc type, and that is standard. Now no longer custom is checked, right? What more doc type should we create? Vehicle. So before, yeah, 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 go ahead. Certain. So maybe we have to create a separate doc type. Single doc types we will see. But yeah, we will create some normal doc types first, and then we'll move on to single and child tables. So vehicles, right? Vehicle. So never name your doc types this. It is a convention that doc type name should be singular. Vehicle list, sales invoice, not sales invoices. Right? You will observe this in all Frappe apps we have. So it's always singular, starts with a capital letter. Uh, Looks good. And let's create and continue. Let's add a new section. What all fields do you want to capture? Let's check the lines. Okay. Vehicle ID. Looks like it is auto increment, right? So we can go to setting. In the naming section, we'll say auto increment. So it will say 1, 2, 3, 4. Then what else? We have make, model, year, license plate, and color. Mhm. Which one? Yeah, name. It is called name. Yeah, it is called name. So bench dash dash site, Irfan dot cabs, MariaDB. Select star from tab driver. See, We didn't add a name column, and you can't add a name column. So if you try to do name, it will say no, name is already reserved for unique ID. Okay, so let's do data make again model year. What should be the data type for year? Year. It's just year. Int is fine, I guess. Date will no. I just want to capture the year part. Yeah, year, and then I will just check this box non-negative. So it won't allow any negative numbers to be entered here. Yeah, we can add that through some script. We'll do that. Also, let's make this mandatory make model and year. Year is mandatory. Okay, make model year, then license. What else? Color. Uh, so yeah, this is a good decision. So either you use the color doc type, but I don't think you will specifically choose a hexadecimal value for a vehicle color. That's why we are doing it a data field. Otherwise, we have a color field as well. So that will be let you choose a color from the color wheel. But since we are not going that specific in a vehicle, that is fine. Website theme, we had this same field. Not all working as in. Yeah, doesn't work. You have tried? I haven't tried. I've never tried. Read only works. Okay. Oh wait. See, yeah. So this is you can fetch some content from somewhere else dynamically and display it here. Yeah. It's just data only with read only. That's it. Yeah, it's the same essentially. So you can just replicate this with data and then there is a read only checkbox. Same thing. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Just after this, we'll. So now we saved and now we can have vehicle. But now, like it's better to import data in bulk. We already have the Excel sheet he has shared with me. Uh, so we'll import this. So we have something called data import, right? I'll open up data import. It's also a doc type, of course. And then you can select what do you want to import, right? What doc type do you want to import? So I want to import driver. It won't let me because that needs to be enabled at doc type level. Import should be enabled. So we'll go back to doc type. Let's say driver settings. And again, if you can't find it, control or command J, import, go. It will take you to the checkbox. See, allow import, and that will allow you to import it via the data import tool. I'll do the same for driver or the vehicle. J import, go check. Okay, now we can go to data import list. Uh, you might need to refresh because it's a JavaScript thing, like it fetches from here. Now I should be able to driver. So either you can update existing records in bulk or you can insert new records. So we want to insert new records. Hit save. It will give you a template if you want on how the Excel or the CSV file should look like or how it should be formatted. So I don't want the template. I already have the CSV file, but it will let us map some columns that we'll see. So let me just find that file. Mm, hmm. Where did I keep those files? Yeah, drivers.csv. Got it. Let me just upload that. And you will see there are some warnings or errors. Driver ID does not match with any column. First name does not match. Last name does not match. Phone number, license plate. And it is showing what columns it is trying to import. So we can map columns. So you can say driver ID is actually, we don't want it. Don't import. That's fine. It will be automatically generated based on the auto increment rule we have applied. First name is first name. Last name is last name. Phone number is phone number. License number, license number. Submit. And now you'll see it shows green because now it is able to map it to some column in our doc type, some field in our doc type, right? So if you want this file, I think I have it in the manual as well, but you can create a random file with these columns and test it out. So let's click on start import. Country code is required in phone number. Wow. Oh, I have phone numbers that are. Let's not import phone number then for now. Either you have two options here. Either you go back and fix the data or you remove the validation and like run a script later. Okay, let's see now what failed. I'm not importing phone number. Okay, so see, done, right? The import is done and you can see this phone number we didn't import, so that's fine. But everything else is here. So similarly, you can import vehicles. It usually, like, I don't know why it is not showing now. It shows you how many records is imported, how many errored. But since we have that phone number issue, it doesn't show phone number. Let me make it data field and then import. Okay, come on. Yes, see. So it's successfully imported. So I clicked twice, so it imported twice. So we have DR19, DR20. So if you open any one of it, yeah, no. This was new records. Hmm. We only had 01. Jenny was there. Yeah, we only had Jenny. Yeah, it didn't. I imported 10 records twice. Yeah, I imported 10 records twice. So if you want to update, then you give it the ID column as well. Then update records. Then it will work. I clicked once and then I clicked again. So it imported twice because it didn't have a unique, yeah, constraint. So this is how you can import. Export is very easy. So you go here, mm, wait, report view, yeah. Yeah, then here, export. You can select if you want to export in Excel format or CSV. You can see export all rows. You can have some settings, right? It shows you the example of how it will generate this. Download. And it will download. Done. So this was exporting and importing of records. Cool. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Custom field and property setter. Got it. Hmm. So import, right? You imported and it worked. And what happened when you updated the site? That's why it is not allowed because when you upgrade, right? Like when you run migrate, specifically in the migrate state, it looks like fixtures. So fixtures is the right way to do it. Then you say, okay, custom and property setters as fixtures. And then whenever migrate is run, they are cleaned and re-applied. So when you import it and update it, it cleaned it, but it didn't reapply because you manually imported. Again, you have to manual update. But if you use the hooks feature that we'll discuss in the fixtures, it will automatically clean and again apply. That's the right way to do it. Yeah, that's why it is not allowed in import now. You can directly do that from customize form. Do that from customize form instead. Overridden. Bug, probably. Bug. It is not an intended update fix, right? Yeah, maybe old version. Mhm. Yeah, probably. Otherwise, it is there. Yeah. Mm, cool. What else? That's why, like, import. I think it should say on the site, right? It should say on the site, but due to the bug, it might went away. But it is not recommended to bulk import. That's why maybe someone disabled it. Yeah, cool. So now what? So let's see a small feature again. So we have this driver, right? Even if we attach the image, we are not able to see that in the form view. We want it in the form view itself, right? When you attach an image, let's say I attach this image from somewhere. It is like this. If you hover, it is visible. Just I want it right here. If you might have seen the employee doc type, it shows the photo right here. So for that also we can go here in the settings, form settings, and tell it the image field, right? Hit save, go back. See, now it is visible in the form. Either you can change it from here or directly from here. Both work. This is metadata driven development. What else? Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, it is there three times. No, no, pointing to the same file. See, so this might be different. The attached to and the field you see, right? This can be different, but the file URL is same. No. Yeah, thanks. Cool. Yeah, not duplicated. Mhm. So even if just the name is same as hash is different, right? It will add a random something. Yeah, cool. That was about file. So file has a different view as well. So toggle grid view. It will show you as a grid of folders and files. Yeah, content wise. Yeah, only hash. Mm-hmm. 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 Let's find out. See. Yeah, name is leaked. So you see, the file name is this, but the content of the file is fetched from this one. Yeah, if you are storing potential information in the file name. Mhm. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there should be some configure. Maybe I don't know, but it is like the way it is built right now. Mhm. Yeah, exact same file content. Mhm. 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 Ah. So you can't depend on the file path, like name as the path. So you have to use the doc itself. Yeah, that. Mm, mm. Oh, that's like manual process. Mm, 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Maybe the logic needs to be, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, no. Maybe like as far as I can think of right now, maybe application logic needs some framework. It shouldn't depend on the framework resolution issue. Hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Cool. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, let's see what's left. Yeah, so we have two major things to cover now. So virtual fields will cover tomorrow with before the controllers. So REST API. So we saw one way to create, read, update, delete documents, right, from the UI. Second is basically importing stuff. But there are more ways to perform CRUD, right? So suppose you have a driver doc type and you want to show the list of drivers in a mobile app on any third-party platform service, right? Frappe comes out of the box with a REST API that you can use to talk to your Frappe backend from external systems, any external systems, via HTTP. So you can make a request, get a response, right? So you don't have to do anything additional for that. You can just start using it, right? You don't have to like configure something anywhere. So I'm going to use this Bruno. I've linked it in the manual itself. It's an API client which will help us uh, test API requests. Yeah, Postman. I hate Postman, but I have to mute this now. So yeah, but yeah, this the creator of this Bruno. He came to build with his son as well. Uh, Very pro open source guy. It's like open source. It doesn't store your data anywhere. Postman immediately sent to cloud. Their cloud. Insomnia was a good. Before this, I had been using Insomnia in the trainings. Uh, then they also did the same thing. They asked you to log in. Then I said, okay, fine. Then Bruno is nice. So it will generate the file in your local system itself. That's good. So you can push it along with your app as well. So let's store it somewhere. Uh, to drivers or something like that. Folder name, rentals, create. You can use Postman, whatever you like just personal opinion. So new request. Let's call it drivers list. Yeah, now you have to tell it what URL to make the request to. So in Frappe, you first give the site name, which is in our case HTTP colon slash slash irfan dot caps slash API slash V2. Will use version 2, the latest. You are the first one to learn this in a training. Before this, I have been teaching only version 1. So now this is the latest shipped with version 15 and slash V2. So if you just do this, that will be the V1, right? You don't need V2. So what do we want? Drivers list, right? So this is documentation I have shared in the manual as well. That will let you know what endpoints to make the request to get data. So slash document slash driver. So what I'm doing, I'm making a get request to my site name slash API slash V2 slash document and then the name of the doc type. So if you make a get request here, it will return the list of drivers. This is JSON, by the way. It will return in JSON. Let's create and make a request. 503 service temporary unavailable. What? Hmm. Oh, did you see what we did here? So we missed the port number. So by default, it is making to 80 and 80 nobody is listening. I had Nginx running, but yeah. So don't miss the port number, 8000. But what did we get in return? Permission error, right? If it was, it did return the actual data. That would have been issue, right? Anyone with your site URL can get any data of yours. There should be some form of credentials, right, that you can use to authenticate this request. So that is where API tokens come in. So to get your API tokens as any user, right? So you go to user list. Maybe I want my own API tokens. Go to settings, scroll down to API access, and click on generate keys. So this will give you two keys. One is the API key and one is the API secret, right? So let's generate. So note this secret down somewhere because it won't be shown again. And let's paste it. Yeah, somewhere we'll paste it. In VS Code itself, let's paste it here. This is API secret. I have floating notes somewhere. See, maybe some previous training session API key and secret. Okay. And then if you close that dialog down, you will see you also have an API key. So grab both of this. Let's go back to the API client. Here you have to send it in the header, the request headers. So let's create a new header. I'll call it, like, you have to call it authorization exactly. Then token, then API key that we copied from Frappe, colon, don't worry, API secret. Okay. What did I do? So I added a new header to this request with, so token should be exact, and then you combine your API key and API secret with a colon in between. That becomes the token, right? And now we try to make the request again. See, we got the data back. So here you can see driver 1, driver 2, driver 3. By default, it returns the just the name. So you can ask more out of it. So you can say, okay, not just driver, I want this fields. First name, last name, and now I'll make the request. Got it? So in URL parameters, you can configure. You can have order by, you can have filters right in the URL parameters.
I want all fields.
All fields, you got it.
So we can have any other interface developed by any other framework,
Yeah,
but we get this
yeah, API connection. Even you can make multiple Frappe instances talk. All fields, just do star. About? Mhm. In the list, uh, there is a new API Faris did. Is trying to, it is not done yet. But if you need that, right, you have to make you have to get the individual record. So suppose I will do dr 001. In this case, it will just fetch one particular driver. See which driver with the name of 001. Here, if you have child table, it will fetch all the child table rows as well. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it is a pattern. So this part is common. Then this is the doc type name. So this can be driver if you want list of driver, vehicle if you want list of vehicles, sales invoice if you want list of sales invoices. And if you don't give this part and make a get request, it will just give you all of them. But if you add a particular name, it will give you just that record, right? So here document will become method and then give your path to your whatever API. Just that part will change. So document is specifically for the REST API that we are discussing, the standard REST API that comes out of the box. So what if I want to create new driver? So instead of a get request, you make a post request and send in. Either you can send form data as well, but I will send JSON. So let's send first name as I want to enroll myself. And I am not good at driving, so probably he's risking. Yeah, my brother is good at driving. So yeah, let's make a request with this data. Mandatory error. What is mandatory? License number is mandatory. Okay. So this API V2, right? This is what brings this standard structure of errors. So it will give you all the errors in a list nicely. So you can, in your front end application on your mobile app, you can process this and display it nicely to the user. Before V2, it was not there. So if I do the same, I just change V2 to something else, like the older one, and you see the error, right? So earlier it was used to be called resource and just API. See, no standard format. You can't guess. You have to check whether there is exact type or exact this and multiple errors. How is it going to handle? So this API v2 brings this standard of, yeah. So it will put all the errors inside a list in errors key. Okay, license number. Let's give a random license number. Yeah. So it returned this document back that it created. Done. So now you know two ways to do CRUD. One is the API, the other is from the UI. There's one more way we are going to learn tomorrow through the script. So just that save button that we clicked after creating the doc type gave you a lot of options to do CRUD, right? This also comes out of the while. By the way, if you have ever worked with a traditional framework like Django or anything, it won't the REST API. You have to install a separate package, define one class for each entity you want to access. I have done it, so I know. Like it is hard. It's very easy compared to that. And then you can write your own APIs on top of it. That's always there. As I said, like best of both worlds. Cool. So this was REST API, yeah. Token. So you go to the user list. Whoever, like, suppose there are 10 employees, you want to generate a token for one of the employees. You go to their user record, right? And then go to settings, API access. All employees. So no, then yeah, API user you can create. Hmm. Every user needs a username password. Just a second. Every user needs a username password, right? Yeah, individually they have to authenticate because they will make requests individually, right? 1,000 users. Yeah. So automatically what you can do is, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it is still there. Then you have to manage cookies. It returns cookie and then you have to store that cookie and send it with every request. Yeah. This is good. Like the ideal use case for this is external services, where probably you will have one pair only, one pair of keys. Maybe one Frappe instance is talking to the other Frappe instance. So mostly one key value pair, and that too with elevated credentials than other users. Yeah. So you can create something like we have this like a separate user apart from the employees. API at frappecloud.com, right? We create a user, it has more permissions, and then we use its keys to talk with the Frappe instance. Instead of using, because it logs, right? It will show you in the activity logs that, okay, API created this, API created that. It reads well as well. And you can clearly see, okay, uh, send grid API created this, something like that. Yeah. Any more doubts in API? We'll revisit this once we have controllers. So write our own APIs. Yeah. For the one last time, we are going back to this slide. Where is it? Yeah. This is the last topic of today before we go into a completely different topic. So we saw the bench, right? The bench folder is there, sites are there, apps are there, MariaDB is there. But there are some more processes. Redis, where is it? We haven't seen Redis yet. If it is there, where is it? Where is Node? If it is running, right? These all are, I said, these are processes that are running. We saw the paths and virtual environments. Background jobs, if they are running, where are they running? You might want to ask, right? The web process is there. We can open the website and everything is there. But where are these guys running, right? So let's open this file in the bench directory, root of the bench directory. There is a file named proc file. I'll go to the root of the directory. Yeah, I've just opened it here. So proc file is short for process file. So it defines what all processes will run when you run bench start. So if you now go back and look at the logs, you will see familiar stuff. See web. Here also we have web, right? Watch. Here also you have watch. So when you run bench start, it will look at this file, this proc file, and start these processes. So there are three Redis instances. I'll come back to why there are three. There is this web, and it is running on port. Here is where the port is coming from. So if you change it to 8001 and start bench, change it to 8001, right? And restart bench. Okay, where? Okay, let me restart bench. See, where did web start? 8001. So this proves that proc file is being used to start these processes. There is socket.io. So socket.io is used for real-time purposes, pushing real-time events to the front end. And it has a pair, like, so this is the node. You saw the node box, right? This is where the node is running. See, node 16 point whatever version you have, and then it is starting this JavaScript file that we have. And that push emits the socket.io events to the front end. That is combined with this Redis socket.io. Very interesting. Okay, where is Come on, don't ask me to sign in. It's fine. I can show. Give me. No, won't let me. That's fine. Let's close this. Okay, I'll do it here. I have whiteboard. Yeah, yeah. So suppose this is your custom app, right? Visible, right? This is your custom app Python side of things. Python. And then I'll duplicate this. This is your client, right? This is like the user who is using your site, the instance, the site they have opened. This is Redis. Okay. I'll tell you which particular Redis. Let me just bring this here. This Redis socket IO. This process that we are starting, right? This is this Redis socket IO. And then we had one more process, which was the node. Which one? This one, socket IO. Okay. So in total, two processes are there. This one, this is your Python side, right? This is your client. So what happens is when you publish an event, like whenever Frappe wants to publish a real-time event to the front end, it can't directly talk to the front end, right? So it will go and make a request, like put that event in a socket IO, this Redis queue, and that will be picked up by the node, and then node socket IO will push it to the front end. Very advanced stuff. Usually you wouldn't want to uh, like it's better for understanding purposes. You won't use much of it because Frappe provides an abstraction on top of it. You just call frappe.publish real time, it will publish, and all this stuff will happen behind the scenes. But it's always good to know why there are separate Redis just for socket IO, right? And node is there. Node is why to publish those events to the front end. I have built it. Yeah. So I published to marketplace as well. There is one of the episodes. I built it live, so you will find the video as well. No, no. No. Yeah, one way real time. So you can only publish events from the backend, listen on the front end. You can't do the other way around yet. Maybe someone can come in, but yeah. Oh, now there are 8 installs. Last I checked, it was just 2 installs. But yeah, this it is in the desk, by the way. If you observe, it is in the desk. There is a feature which lets you completely control the UI, which we call the custom page. And that's how I embedded it in the Frappe itself. So yeah, this is uh, so we discussed this process. So let's move it up. We discussed the web process, which is actually the web server, which is listening and responding to the requests. When you open it in browser, it goes back. This is the process that is responding. Then we also discussed this socket IO, right? Probably I shouldn't be reordering them. I'm not sure. whether reorder will cause some issues because Redis needs to be started before bench can uh, serve, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Then there is watcher. This is only for development. So you were asking, right? What's his name? I forgot. Yeah, you were asking, right? Why like some changes don't refresh and some changes need refresh, right? So there is a watcher, this bench watch command. There is a separate process. So whenever you change your Python code or something, right, it will reload those modules. Sometimes it is out of scope of this. So one of the thing is installing an app. So after an app is installed, sometimes it's not able to pick up the watcher. So you need to restart bench and the watcher will restart. Hmm. 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 No, you can do this. Bench does just cite Irfan, hot caps, clear cache. Yeah. And there is also clear website cache. Mm, so I think that also clears it for all users, as far as I recall. There is no separate user cache. Reload, like the browser reload or the button reload. The browser reload is different. It won't clear cache. But when we do the reload actual the button, it will first clear cache in the backend. So it will just do same thing what we are doing with the command. Yeah, that actually doesn't clear cache. That Mhm. No. The form view. He's asking in the form view there is refresh. That refresh actually goes in the backend and refreshes the data of that form itself. Only this form. Yeah. Not at the Frappe level. Yeah. Just in the front end, you will go to the backend and fetch it. But this cache, this clear cache will actually clear the application level cache. And clear website will clear all the template cache, etc. Jinja template cache. Okay. This was that process. So watcher was this. Then this is the scheduler. So what scheduler does is it's also a process. It runs schedule jobs. So suppose in Frappe we have a feature which lets you define, okay, every 5 minutes run this piece of script, right? So we have server script as well. You can say, okay, every day run this, every week run this. This is on schedule, right? On schedule you want to run something. This is the process that on that schedule picks up that and gives it to the background workers to run. So they run in the background. So it is not that you manually go in your browser and run it. It will in the background automatically every 5 minutes it will start run and done. This is the scheduler. It will put stuff in the background. Yeah. And these are, so you can have as many workers as you want. I have three workers here. These are the one who do the job in the background. So we can take a whole session on background jobs. I've done a video on it. Uh, but usually if you have something too big, say you are submitting invoices in bulk on click of a button or on some schedule, or you are like very good example is salary slips in bulk. You are at the end of the month you are doing it. Automatically you want to do at the end of month process salary for all the employees. So that happens automatically on the background. It also sends an email with the salary slip. So that is the combination of scheduler plus workers. Hmm. Data import also happens in background. When you click start import, it shows you a progress bar, right? If time permits, we'll work with our own background jobs. Hmm? Yeah, to avoid. So when you make a request, right, to the backend, there is some limit to the time it can take to respond. Otherwise, it will give you a timeout error. Yeah, there is some setting, but there is a top limit to what you can go. In Nginx level, you have to do as well. Sometimes Nginx also times out. In that case, you put stuff in the background. So there are. So let's take this in the advanced towards the end. So our own jobs in the background. Yeah. So these are the workers that do the work. Literally, they are called workers. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. We'll see how workers work and everything happens. Day three, just remind me. Uh, we'll see. It's an advanced topic. We won't come across it frequently. But now you understand what proc file is. Even if you don't remember all the processes, at least you should know that okay, there is a web process. There are some caches and queues. So this queue is also related to background. And then cache is the normal cache we use for the clear cache command, right? It is where it goes and clears the cache. So three Redis instances, one web, one socket IO. There is Watcher. Watcher is not in production, by the way. In production, Watcher doesn't run. Watch is only for local. You change the code, it automatically reloads. Scheduler is for running some scripts on schedule. Scheduler puts stuff in background jobs, and then workers pick those up, do the job. So yeah, that is yeah. Mhm. Mhm. So check Docker engine. There is services. So services are separate containers. So FM services, and then you can tell, okay, take me to the Redis service. Yeah. Recent change. Earlier it was all like bench, but to make it multi-tenant, they took out the Redis and MariaDB to separate containers. So one MariaDB container is now listening to all the other Docker stacks, as far as I could like understand. So in services, you'll find it. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Or let's check. Yeah, CRUD, doc types. Oh, controllers and life cycles. Okay, that's the next topic. But before that, now you know what happens on the click when you click save on a new doc type, right? It creates a database table. So suppose I created the vehicle doc type. How can I check its data in the MariaDB console? In the database console, how can I check uh, that table? Hmm. Bench does just cite. So are all do all sites have the same database or not? Yeah, exactly. The database server is same, but inside that, each site has its own database. So that's why you have to mention the site for which site you want to open the database console. Yeah. So this is the hash name. This is the actual database name. I showed you in the config file as well. It was still open somewhere. Yeah, this, right? So this is the name of the database and password type. So it is used by Frappe to connect on your behalf. So yeah, now I want to see all the vehicles from here. Select star from tab empty. Let's find out why. Erfan dot caps. Okay, we stopped bench for some reason. Okay, what we did was port. We changed the port in proc file, remember? Now we can start again. Now it is listening to 8,000. That's good. Refresh. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, what were we trying to do? Vehicle, yeah. Okay. BMW year 2000, color red. I don't know if there is a model like this. Hit save. And now if I go back to MariaDB, I have too many tabs open. So here, yeah. Now I'll go to MariaDB. Now if you see, you have one record. So just remember tab, nothing special there. So you can see what was the modified creation. Owner is basically who created this, right? Yeah, cool. So this was all about talk types and bench and Frappe. Mm-hmm. 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 This one you're talking about? Yeah, let's find out. So you're talking about, okay, web server port. Okay, so I don't know which one takes preference. The proc file, okay, they should match. But yeah, in order to find out, like since Frappe is also an app, right? So you have the access to the source code of Frappe as well. So if I go to the apps folder and open up Frappe, C code dot, and search for that web server port, where is it used? Okay, web server port, web server port. So I just global search for the property and I'm looking where is it used. And this is get URL port. Hmm. So yeah, basically the one on the site config is just the information for the apps that okay, this is where the port is running. But one on the proc file is actually used to run the site on that port, right? So this if this mismatches, there might be some issues. So if you update it there, make sure you update it here. Bench will automatically, if there is one bench and you install new, it will automatically take 8001 for both. Yeah, this was web server port. Okay, what else do we have here? So yeah, you have the driver, right? But I now want full name. What do I want? First name and last name is there. I want a full name field here somehow. So what's the first thing I need to do? Add a field. Yeah. Yeah, but how will the user fill the full name then? Yeah. Next step. So yeah, basically I wanted to show this isn't feasible, right? So suppose like if you update it here to John or something like that, it doesn't update, right? So this is a field, a good use case for an auto-generated field. So we want to combine two fields that we already have. This is the first name and this is last name. We just want to have a third field, which is a combination of both. Here we can use some scripting, right? So if it's just to display in the form view, right? You don't want to store in the database. Then we have something called a virtual field. So we go back, full name. I will search for virtual, tick it off, right? Hit save, go back. You will see that, okay, why is it? Yeah, it is no longer visible. It made it read only. So if it has data, it will be visible, otherwise it won't be. Here it has data, so it is visible. Let's clear cache. So basically, virtual fields don't add a column, new column in the backend. So how do we set it then? How do we dynamically set it? So in the options, you have to write a Python expression telling how the field will be formed. So I will say this will be a string combination of first name space last name, right? So what Frappe will do is whenever it is showing the form or when you do get doc or in the API you call, it will just take the first name and last name, join it and return it as this field. It is not actually calculating and storing in the database. So let's hit save, go to driver list, let's see if it works. Uh, okay, there is an error. This is not a valid JSON. What did we do? Virtual doc field. This is called a virtual doc field. So if you get stuck, documentation is always there. So let's doc dot first name and doc dot last name. So doc is the actual driver. So see, documentation is helpful. Yeah, hopefully we don't have console running somewhere. Yeah. So this right. Let's try. No, no. Yeah. Like I don't think it is available in the list. Get doc it is available. Invalid request arguments. What did we do? Wait. Some issue. Let's refresh. Let's go back. Yeah, looks correct. Let's make the request again. Validation. Okay, let's first check if it is working in the UI or not. Okay. Something went wrong. Yeah, as you can see, it is like in the UI, it is combining those two. So it is working. Emma Brown. So it took the first name, last name, just combine it. And in the back end, what are we doing? V2 slash document slash driver It was this, right? Let's get this. No. Oh, probably that. Yeah. So we attached the body to a get request. So it's shouting. But fine, it should have said that clearly, but see full name is there. Yeah. API. So wherever it does get doc, right? It will give you that virtual fields, not in list. No. So yeah, get lost, get all, get list don't work because it is not in the DB. It is just a virtual thing calculated on the application layer. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, just in the user interface, this name, right? This full name is not in the database. But if we want it in the database, then we'll have to do something else. That is the next step. Hmm. Other doc type as in? Hmm. Yeah, it just calculated in the backend and sent to you. That's it. And if again request come, it will again calculate and send. Yeah. Fetch from. No. Virtual fields has its limitations. But yeah, we'll solve this using controllers. So this is quick. If you just want to display some stuff, this is fine. But the other is if you want to use it another doc type fetch from in list view you want to display it. Even list view you can't display full name right now because it's a virtual field and virtual field doesn't exist in database. So if it had to do that, it had to go over everything and then it had to do get doc for everything. That would be very slow. Hmm. Just showing as an example. But the use case is like if you just want to show it, right? Then it is fine. Yeah, yeah. So no, no. Then you are saying about it won't automatically calculate the full name then. Yeah, no. So we have to write some script. Yeah, yeah. Let's find out. On. So empty string plus whatever it is. Hmm. Yeah, this you will be able to read. Yeah. So once it comes in the form view, you can access it. That is also tomorrow's topic. Writing like this JS file will add some stuff and we'll find out how we can modify this form view, add custom buttons, trigger actions. Yeah. But yeah, let's solve it using the other way. Have it in the database, but automatically calculate it whenever anything changes or the first name or the last name change. In that case, you can also fetch from, you can show it in list view, anything because it's just like a normal field in database, but it gets updated automatically. So let's go back. Go back. I will uncheck virtual and I will remove the options. I don't want them now. Hit save. Go back. Gone, right? It's an empty field. Now it is up to us to set it. So now I'll go to the very first file that we are going to use. So where is it? That's why I don't want to have too many tabs open. Frappe is also open. Let's close that. I think this one. Rentals, yeah. So driver.py file. Remember, four files got created: driver.py, driver.js, driver.json, and the last one was test driver. And similarly, vehicle, when we created vehicle, the same thing should have been created for vehicle, but why? What? Okay. Let's go and fix that. Yeah, when did that happen? What should we set it to? Yeah, the module that belongs to our app, right? Okay, I didn't notice. See, vehicle is here. So we'll go to driver because we want the full name of the driver should be to be set automatically. So we have to write that code in the driver controller. So let me just zoom in. Here you will see a class called like a name exactly after the doc type. So this is driver. It inherits from this document class, which is basically the base class for all doc types, right? Here you have some hooks available. Hooks as in, okay, say whenever this document is updated, make sure you set the full name to first name plus last name. That is one thing. Whenever this document is deleted, make sure you clean up this documents as well. Whenever a new type of document is created, of this new driver is created, send an email. So these are hooks in the life cycle of this driver document, right? So you can hook and add your own code. So we'll start with one of them. So before save, so Frappe will run whatever you write here in this body before save of the driver document, right? And self refers to the particular driver that is being saved. Okay, better. It's fun to touch the screen. Sure. Yeah. Mm, so here we just say self dot full name equal to self dot first name plus. We could have done the same thing with that we did with virtual field. That is much better. Self dot first name, self dot last name, right? Just one line. So before save, just make sure you set the full name to first name concatenated with last name. That is it. Now if we go back, right? Let's go back. We should have gone to the driver list and change this to, okay, it was already, let's change it to my name. See, full name is getting updated now. Even if you try to do this, right, it will come back because what is happening? It always runs this hooks. So it will make sure the full name is set to this. So how can we fix this user experience issue here? Yeah, make it read only because the user should not edit this, right? They should not be able to edit it because it's a calculated field. So let's make sure we make it read only. Yeah, go to driver list. Now MI is there. See, now it is read only and better. So this is how controllers work. So you can find the list of all controllers and when they run on Frappe website. Controller methods. No, not this one. Controller. Yeah, this is the list. So you can see there is before insert. This called before the document is prepared for insertion. So this will run whenever a new driver is being created, right? Then we have before naming. So this will be called before it is given a name. That name DR002003. So this is auto name. So what you can do is, suppose you have more complex requirements. Maybe you are calling an API to get the name of the doc type. You can use this auto name hook to generate your own names. So suppose the expression don't suffice and you want to run your own logic to generate the name, maybe combining some attributes of the same and maybe applying some logic on that, right? So if it is an you want to check the age, okay, if age is greater than 18, the document name should be adult 001. Can be the use case, right? Just a simple use case that auto name hook can give you. So you can just say another hook I will add auto name self. You can say if self dot age greater than 0, naming series this. So naming series is also a concept. Today's assignment you will find it. So I'm not telling the solution now, but yeah, this was auto name. Before validate, before save is there, and here you can see when it runs, in which part of the life cycle. So the most useful, I think, are on submit. This is called when the document is submitted. We'll learn about what submittable doc types are tomorrow. On update, so whenever something changes in the document. Similarly, you have on trash. This runs when a document is being deleted, and after delete, when the document is already deleted. Okay, so you can find the list here. You can play around with it, right? Yeah, this was controller class. So these are hooks. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. There is like this can be a huge feature in among itself. Yeah. Yeah, virtual field is possible because on the fly it can generate in the Python side. But database it has to see when and how it will set it. Yeah, yeah. It's just a simple server script will suffice. So server script before save this. Hmm. Yeah, then you create a server script. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right. Hmm. Client script also, yeah. Hmm. Can be. Can be if like, yeah, yeah. Taken feature request. More power, yeah. Yeah, so this, but without the code. Yeah. Got it. Can be done. Yeah. Calculated or something like that. Calculated DB field. Yeah, but yeah, can be done. But yeah, till that is here. Server script is the only way. But yeah, you can do a lot of complex stuff here. I mentioned, right? This is your area. Now you can import pandas here. Whatever you want. Like if you want to do data analytics, you import pandas here and do whatever you want in return. Like Frappe will handle it. So this is like development realm. So here we will do some complex stuff. When we have some more booking doc types, we will calculate the amount automatically and we will do that kind of example. So you will get more idea of this. But suppose, right? Last thing today, I've said it twice, I guess. Uh, I want to run some Python code on my running site, on any site. I want to just like I have MariaDB console, right? That I can execute SQL statements. Somehow, if I could execute Python statements, that would be good, right? We have Python console as well. So instead of MariaDB, just write console. So here we are doing MariaDB, right? Write console. And there is an option to auto reload whenever you change code. So you can say auto reload. Yeah. So it will tell you what apps are in this namespace, which means the site, Frappe and rentals, which is correct. Now you here you can say Frappe dot. I will just give you one example. Get value driver. Don't worry, I'll share the API docs. dr01 full name doesn't have a full name. Fine. First name, first name. Yeah, Jenny, right? So what did we say? We use the ORM, so we have an ORM built in. Frappe.db.getValue. I want the first name field of this driver. So first argument is the doc type, then the document name, and then fields. You can give a list if you want multiple fields. So one of the most useful and most used one is getDoc. Driver dr00. So it will return an object of driver instance, which is this class, which we were just running around with this one, right? So this will create an object of this class and return. So you can access anything. So let's store it in a variable, uh, dr or just d. Then you can say d dot first name, d dot last name. Maybe it doesn't have last name. Yeah, it is there. What else? When was it created? Right? Who created it? So it's a Python object. So this is the third way I was talking about to do CRUD. First is what? Through the UI. You use the form view and list view and everything. Second is REST API, right? Third is this. So you can say frappe.new doc. Let's create a new driver from here as well. Driver d dot first name to John, d dot last name, d dot save. Again, license number is missing. So let's give it a license number. So this, I'm getting errors everywhere to make a point, but let's see. Okay, now save. Now it is saved to the database. Let's exit from here. Let's go back and see if our driver got created. Where is it? No, he caught the issue. So whatever you do in console, it doesn't auto commit. Some like you have to manually run. So whatever we did, right? So there is something called frappe.db.commit. Have you heard about transactions, database transactions? Right? This is a general concept. So whenever you are making changes to the database, Frappe doesn't directly go and commit everything to the database. It will keep it in a transaction and will only commit if things go right. So you click the button. Suppose it is transferring 10,000 from one invoice to the other invoice. And one document got updated, and for some reason, some validation failed, right? So if it would have committed it, it would have been issue, right? Because half of the work is done, and how, if you try to repeat it, it might cause other issues. So that is why database transactions are there. So if something goes wrong in between, it will roll back to the point where it started. So this is what db.commit does. So let's create the driver again. There is a better way to create new doc. I'll show you that as well. Because now I'm frustrated to type this again. Yeah, let's go back. See, got created the top one. Yeah, and now the better way, use getDoc, but give it an object, and then give it all the fields that you want. Then just call dot insert on it, or dot save also works. So in this, like in single statement you can create new driver. Yeah, so I was telling that this is the same object, right? So if you have some method, okay, driver dot uh, send alert, something like that. So if you want to send alert to this driver, let's just print something. Sending message. Maybe here you call your SMS integration API. All is possible. Let's go back. D D dot. What was the method name? Send alert. Yeah, sending message. See, it actually went because it's an object of this class. So this is now Python. So you can have your own uh, custom methods as well here. It's just not that you have hooks. These are special named. So these are special. Don't use for your purposes. Before save this, all Frappe calls it as specific hook points in the lifecycle hook. Yeah. Any questions on this? Bench console? Yeah, this system console. This is more restricted. Does the same, you can do the same things here. You can do wrapper.get all uh, driver. Get all returns the list of drivers. So I can print drivers execute. Server scripts are disabled. That's fine. So you starting like recent version, server scripts are disabled by default. You can enable them in your bench config. Hmm. Yeah, you can call. So you do get doc driver and then you can call. You can't import stuff. So this has similar limitations as the server script. On the customization side, so we'll discuss this. As I was saying, like we need to discuss the customization piece and the development piece separate. So this is limited. Here you can't import pandas, right? You are not allowed to delete. In SQL query, you can't delete. Yeah. So here in this SQL, right? Like it is restricted. You can't uh, delete or change schema of the. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Go to console. So you can just go to console and delete. Uh, because when you delete, I think it first goes to deleted document, and then you have to clean that. That is the other way. But yeah, usually delete. You should delete the doc type document first, not directly go in the database and wrap it because maybe it is linked to some other stuff, right? So Frappe cleans that up automatically. But if you directly go and delete in the table, it won't be able to run any on trash or anything. Truncate works, but not recommended as long as like if you know what you're doing, then that's fine. Yeah, safe. You have to know that okay, this won't affect the rest of the system. Everything works because you have the control of the MariaDB database anyways. You can go inside and yeah. So yeah, this was bench console. This is very useful, by the way. Suppose you are writing some complicated logic, right? Here it was just full name equal to first name plus last name. Usually it is like see the items, any promotion is applied or not, this, that, and finally it calculates something. In that case, it is better you experiment first in the console. You can experiment it, roll back whatever you want, and then at the end you can copy that code, paste in your file. And if you want to be more sure, use the test driver.py file to write unit tests. Okay, if I am giving 10 as this value, uh, 20 as this, whether it is calculating 30 or not. So that will make sure you are not introducing bugs while adding new features. So they don't run in production. So Either you run them locally, so bench run test. There is a command, bench. Okay, you have to exit from here. Run tests. So then you can give it a path to the test, it will run. The major, like what do you say? It is only useful while you are writing test. Usually what happens is you will integrate in the CI file. So there is a GitHub CI file. There was a yes or no, right? When we are creating an app, whether you want to set up the workflow file. That was exactly what will automatically run test whenever you push to GitHub. So it created a .github folder. There is this CI file, which will, if you see closely, somewhere down the line, it will run tests. The last line, see, it is running test for rentals app. So this automatically happens in the CI. So whenever you push something new, it will automatically run. It will show you a green check if it passed or a red cross if it failed. No, installing, no. At install time, it is not run. This is just the developer's task. Some new stuff, then make sure you have some tests. Yeah, whenever you're pushing to GitHub, it will run in GitHub. Yeah, I can show you an example. But it's always a good practice. If you are developing sophisticated apps, always better. Going? Yeah. Bye. Yes. No, he's ठीक है मैं वाले cool. We'll continue. So yeah, this file is will automatically take care of giving you the green check or the red cross. I can show you an example. Even Frappe, like the Frappe. See this? It ran two workflows and both passed, so green. The tests are very important, but nobody writes them. Nobody likes writing them. Yeah. So we are done for today, I guess. Any questions we'll take? Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. Let's enable server scripts. So to enable server scripts, uh, server script. I don't recall the command. So server scripts. Bench set config dash global server script enabled one. So this will just do one thing. Uh, what this will do is, remember how we enabled developer mode and it just added a developer mode one to the site config? This will do that, but to mhm, to the common site config. So I will just run this command and then I will open up here. You will see somewhere server scripts enabled one. This you add it to your common site config of the bench and it will enable bench wise. So it is not per site, the bench itself, because it's in common site config. So enabling server scripts. We'll discuss server scripts. So they are like we wrote in the file, right? This py file, we wrote our logic. We can do that in the custom layer as well without coming to the app side. You can just create a script, write that line in the script, and it will work. So for the enabling that, we have this. So, yeah. No. So public $10 sites, no, because it's on shared bench. Private bench, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. And then import yourself. Yeah, so you can use the bench execute method. So you create a file anywhere. You create a Python file anywhere, right? If you want to run your own one-off scripts, these are called one-off scripts basically. So you create a file, maybe let's create it. You can upload from here. Upload just like the normal file. So file, upload. Yeah, anywhere or attach it to any file. You'll get the URL, this file URL, and then you can use that. So suppose let's do an example if you want. So suppose I have a file. I want to read it in my custom app, right? So I'll do it in console itself. Frappe.getDoc. So this is one way, an easier way. So file, you can copy the file. Let's say drivers.csv. This name, right? And it has a method called getContent, if I'm not mistaken. Let's store it in file content, or is it getContent? I don't recall. Yeah, getContent. See, so then you can process using the CSV module, or yeah. Anything else? Anything? How was it? That's a big question. Till now, did you learn something new, or you already knew a lot of it? Lots of new stuff. Not too hard, right? Should I go slow, or can we go a bit faster, or is it fine? Is it going good? That's, yeah. The bench, yeah. Console, yeah, it is there. In the cheat sheet, it is there. If you don't find anything like specific, just let me know. I'll add it. But hmm, hmm. No, no, it is good enough. So I will suggest use Google search instead of the search on the website for now, until someone fixes it. He probably, I don't know. Eventually, maybe, yeah. db.get all is there. I don't think there is db.get list. You might have seen db.get all and get all. db.get list. I have never used because get list applies permission. DB method don't apply permission. That's the difference. Does not apply permissions. Get list applies permission. Rapid.get list applies permission. No. db.get all doesn't. So any DB method, the get value, the one we saw, set value, they all bypass permissions. No permissions are applied. I have to check. DB, anything in DB bypasses permissions because it's for the developer realm. I haven't heard of it. Let's find out. Yeah, it is there. It is an alias to get list, I guess. No, 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 no. Wait. We'll find out. First time. Yeah, both are different. So This applies permission and this doesn't. Like I'm guessing. This is same as get all. So let's see the code. Let's answer this. Not good code. This is not good API, but let's find out. So this is get all inside the database, get list. So let's open Frappe and find out whether they are calling the same thing or not. That's a learning for us as well now. We'll find out. Code dot def get list. Yeah, this is the one, the Frappe dot, what do you say? Get list. This one. And yeah, this is dot Frappe dot client dot get list. So I think does the same thing. So it just calls Frappe dot get list. And the database one, right? Which one? Yeah, there is a separate. Yeah, one of this is called. There is separate API and like behind the scene it will call get list. It will apply the permissions. So we were looking for database.py. Nope. Yeah, tb.getList and getList are same. Yeah. So applies permission. Only get all doesn't apply permission. Okay. Good question. Yeah, you can use for child octave. So you have, yeah, that's what I said. Get list like applies permission. So in child octave also, like there is no separate permission for child octave. So in get list, no. Ignore permissions is mostly used with insert. So you can use, yeah. So get list. I don't think get all will be available because permissions are important here. Yeah. So otherwise you can write your own API and call it. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. No. And it is not safe as well because it runs in the client, so users have all the control this side. So it's better to restrict what we allow from here. Because get all doesn't have permission. So if someone does get all, like if they have access to get all in front end, that means they have access to everything, right? That's why get list is there and get list will check the current session ka permission. Object model, I think. Yeah, there is, I think, the commit. Like we don't have like this guys have built it. Yeah. So view ERD. This is what like you can see. This these are the models. Model as in you meant this, right? Oh, this is commit.frappe.cloud. So this was also built by the guys who built Raven. Yeah, so here you can visualize any, even your custom app ka, even ERP next ERD you can say if you want to see there are 170 doc types in account and how are they related with each other. See. Yeah, free tools. This shows you the relationship. See. It will show you if someone is a link field somewhere. Yeah. In Insights also we have now. Hmm. Yeah, these are the doc type entities. Mhm. And these lines are basically links or child tables. So suppose if I zoom in on this one, where is the user doc type? Tab user. Yeah. You can see if you click on one of them, it will show you created on last modified. What are the permission? What are the fields? Yeah, it's a good app.